said it was a clear case of genocide. In the mainstream Tamil opinion, there is a clear case of genocide in Sri Lanka. All mainstream Tamil political actors since 1956 have made this claim for at least 65 years. The Sri Lanka state has not only waged mass slaughter on Elam Tamils, but it has also deliberately inflicted on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. The state-driven land grab in the north and east, which is being discussed today, is also a systematic project carried out with genocidal intent. This is a clear case, existing ideology and probable grand plan of singular militarization and colonization in the island. Here comes the questions. There are a couple of questions followed with the framing of the question. Why was the OHCHR investigation on Sri Lanka, OISL, avoided to look into the crime of genocide under your administration?
All right, you know that I was the judge who participated in the world's first judgment on genocide ever since the convention was passed. So let me give you a very quick answer. Only a court of law, having heard all the evidence, can decide whether genocide was committed. And the crucial element of the crime of genocide is the prosecution has to prove an intention to destroy from the policy, the plans, and the actions. And this is why human rights activists don't use the word loosely. Lawyers and judges don't either. Journalists do. And of course, activists feel very passionate that their suffering must be on the highest scale. Let me assure you that crimes against humanity are equally as serious as genocide. So I hope someday that what happened in Sri Lanka and is still happening will be tested in a criminal jurisdiction, whether it's an international criminal court or a hybrid court or a special tribunal, which will hear the evidence and make that decision. Right, so no, I'm not responsible. Of course, the OISL initiative was taken when I was still High Commissioner. The report came out after I'd retired, but I could readily answer the question that in the Human Rights Council, we are limited to addressing human rights issues. And very often we say that these human rights violations are so gross that they could amount to crimes against humanity. You see, so that would be the explanation why the OISL had limited mandate on what they could do and not. However, there is absolutely nothing
the line's frozen again. I think, like I said, I think it might help you if you turn off the video. I know, obviously,
passionate about justice to continue to raise the bar.
We can hear you now.
Sorry, I've spoken already. Oh, didn't you get any part of my answer?
We did most of it. We did. Thank you. Let's move on to the second question. There is quite a lot of coming through, and I'm gonna maybe you may want to turn off your video and just focus on the audio if you don't mind kindly. The second question is: do you feel that the time has come for UN mechanisms to look into the allegation of genocide? And if so, what is the proper mechanism? UNHRC or UN General Assembly, where Tamils should take this forward? It sounds definitely terrible line there. I can't hear you at all.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
No, I didn't speak. I didn't hear your question at all. We were cut off.
Okay, let me read the
did.
question again.
So briefly, what is your question?
Yeah. So do you feel that the time has come for UN mechanism to look into the allegation of genocide? And if so, what is the proper mechanism? UNHRC or UN General Assembly, where Tamil should take this forward?
The Human Rights Council has a limited mandate. It's a subsidiary body of the UN General Assembly, and its mandate is human rights. So the Human Rights Council cannot refer a matter to the International Criminal Court. The only body that can do so is the Security Council. And they've already done so in respect of Darfur, in Sudan, and in Libya. So there's precedent where there is enough calls and pressure, particularly from civil society and from states that support you on your call for justice. So if you can get that level of support, then Security Council is the only alternative.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a follow-up question from that is, if you're still not convinced that there is a clear case of genocide of Tamils in Sri Lanka, what makes you believe so?
The obstacles there. There are 3 members of the P5 members.
Well, I hoped to get a lot more answers, but I don't know whether you can hear me. There are a lot more questions that are coming through. Hopefully, at least we could get 1 or 2 further questions. Can you hear me? Right. Sounds like obviously the internet is not really great there, and the videos obviously taking up a lot of bandwidth. Unable to hear.
Okay, I'm back live.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I don't know whether you heard my third question. Follow-up question from the previous 2 questions. I hope that you can hear me, and I'm going to put that question to you. If you're still not convinced that there is a clear case of genocide of Tamils in Sri Lanka, what makes you believe so?
Well, ask it again. I didn't hear you.
If you're still not convinced that there is a clear case of genocide of Tamils in Sri Lanka, what makes you believe so? I know it's a very tough question.
I think we've lost her again.
Yeah. Okay.
Only a court can make that decision after hearing all the evidence. So I have no position on this. I hear people. I've followed some of the evidence, but only a court can determine whether there's been a genocide or not. Did you hear me?
Yes, I did. Thank you. And there's just a couple of more questions. I'm going to just whisk through, if you don't mind. There's another question coming through as I'm a Tamil person. I always like to look at events through the other sides of eyes also. Say, if I had seen the end of the Sri Lankan civil war through the Sri Lankan government's eye or majoritarian's eyes, I would have seen the end of the war as number 1, a historic opportunity to win the hearts and minds of the Tamil community, chance to build trust, and by providing opportunities, massive development projects. Number 3, once in a lifetime chance to unify the country literally and emotionally by making Tamil people feel themselves citizens of Sri Lanka. Can you please reflect on those, if you could kindly?
I absolutely support that for national unity and reconciliation, but mainly reparation and restitution of land. There has to be
Oh, I think we've lost Dr. Navneethan Pillai again, I think.
and it's a huge mistake.
We can hear you.
I'm still alive.
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Carry on, please.
So I just said briefly that I agree absolutely with what has been said. It's a huge mistake to exclude the Tamil population in building a nation. And that's why I quoted the LLRC comment. They said, the development of a vision of a shared future requires the involvement of the whole society.
Thank you, Dr. Navneethan Pillai. Just one final question. It is well known fact that the international community aided the Sri Lankan government tremendously, materially and morally, in defeating the Tamil insurgency. How the international community failed to convince the Sri Lankan government after the war towards genuine reconciliation.
Thank you. So I didn't hear your full question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Is that okay for me to put that question again to you, please?
Well, was there more? You said that the international community actually...
Yeah. International community
helped.
Aided the Sri Lankan government tremendously, morally and mentally, in defeating the Tamil insurgency. How the international community failed to convince the Sri Lankan government after the war towards genuine reconciliation.
I think that specific research must be done to expose that level of support from certain countries, powerful countries in the world who manufacture weapons and so on, their support to the
Well, sadly, I think we're going to have to bring that to an end, because obviously the line is not really good at all. It was breaking up a lot and we could barely hear you. And may I take this opportunity to thank you.
Operated. So I think research has to be done. To you and while it's not done now, but I don't know where we are.
Yeah, the line is terrible, absolutely terrible. So let me just say thank you so much for taking your time to attend this conference, international first conference. On behalf of Tamils, I really appreciate your time, and I hope that we can actually bring you back on another conference, because as I said, there are hundreds of thousands of questions coming through live, and unfortunately we can't hear you well. So thank you so much once again for attending the conference.
Thank you very much, Tana. Thank you. And thank you to all participants.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Now over to Navshini.
Thank you, Dhananyani. Now up will be the first panel. The first panel will discuss regarding illegal acquisition and the exploration of Tamil land in the north and east. This will be moderated by Dr. T. Sivaraj. He is a medical doctor from Florida, USA, and a member of American United Political Action Committee. Dr. T. Sivaraj, the floor is yours now.
Hello, thank you for giving this opportunity. I think Dr. Ibrahim Shah is on live. I think he should take the first step, and I will follow through. Dr. Ibrahim Shah, can you please go ahead? Can you unmute yourself, please? Can you unmute? You are muted.
Okay. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now better.
Yes, yes. Okay. Okay. Actually, it's a very interesting topic, and I think we have a very good panel to do justice to this particular topic. The issue of land grab is a very contentious human rights issue. I mean, when you look at the whole world, you know, from the colonial period to the post-colonial, you know, immediate post-colonial and present, whenever people have, you know, access to land and others are denied access to that particular piece of land, there's always conflict. And when you look at the case of the Tamil in Sri Lanka, the fact that there was an uprising, you know, young people took up arms, is because they were denied access, you know, to certain things, and they thought that they felt that they were excluded, and they wanted to have access to this particular, you know, land and their rights. So I think it is very important, and I really appreciate that the organizers of this particular virtual conference have been able to put together a very good panel, particularly for this particular session. And I would like to leave it to the co-hosts, I mean to the co-moderator, to take us through the rest of the panel, because I will be coming again later to give to give my perspective as the keynote speaker. So over to you, Dr. Sivraj.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim Shah. I'll take over from here. I want to introduce the first speaker, called Anuradha Mittal. She is part of the, she formed the Auckland Institute, USA. Anuradha Mittal is a founder and executive director of the Auckland Institute, is an internationally renowned expert on development, human rights, and agriculture issues, recipient of several awards. That is, Anuradha Mittal was named the most valuable thinker by National Magazine. Anuradha has played a crucial role in bringing the land grab against the Tamil people in Sri Lanka to the outside world since the British left us and left the island in the hands of Sri Lankan army. And her Auckland institution has published a number of research reports on land grabbing in north and east of Sri Lanka since 2014. Her institute's report, The Long Shadow of War, The Struggle for Justice in Post-War Sri Lanka, and I Speak Without Fear, Where Are Our Loved Ones Who Have Been Abducted, Arrested, and Disappeared? These are the few things that she wrote about. Were quoted in primary media outlets, The Guardian, La Monte, and Interpress services, among the other, in several countries and continents, and generated millions of media impressions, and have been referred by prominent international experts since the release of report in 2015. Anuradha's recent research report, Endless War, The Destroyed Land, Life and Identity of the People in Sri Lanka, published a few weeks ago, brings forth shocking new evidence on extent of continued persecutions since the genocide of 2009 of the minority Tamil population in the north and east of the island of Sri Lanka, has created a great deal of awareness about the land grabbing internationally and among the Tamil people. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce Anuradha Mittal. Please welcome, you go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sivaraja. Vanakkam, everyone. Greetings from Oakland, California. I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here with you today and share our research and findings on land-related issues in Sri Lanka. As mentioned, in December 2014, the Oakland Institute conducted field research to investigate the post-war situation in Sri Lanka. Based on that research, the Institute's 2015 report, The Long Shadow of War, The Struggle for Justice in Post-War Sri Lanka, exposed the hardships and tragedies faced by people in the hawkish military environment. It shed light upon the intensifying land grabbing executed by the government through various strategies in the north and the east of the country. The report exposed the nexus between land grabbing and militarization and uncovered the continued use of old strategies for land grabbing, such as irrigation projects, violence, along with new methods, including setting up of Buddhist temples, high security zones, victory monuments, and special economic zones to signalize the north and the east, traditional homeland of the Tamil people. As we meet today, a new resolution on Sri Lanka is being worked at the 46th session of the United Nations Human Rights Council. The zero draft resolution presented by the core group ignored the assessment made by the Human Rights Commissioner Bachelet, who accused Sri Lanka of reneging on promises to ensure justice. Recent report, Endless War, that was just mentioned, is the fourth Oakland Institute report on post-war Sri Lanka, and has brought forward shocking evidence on the extent of the continued persecution of the Tamil population in the north and east. And it warns how 12 years after the brutal end of the civil war, Sri Lanka is headed to become an ethnocratic state. Whereas land colonization and Sinhala statements have taken place in Sri Lanka under the guise of development since independence, our new research points to an increase in land grabbing in recent years, especially over the last 2 years. Thousands of acres of land have been confiscated to allow the settlement of Sinhalese in traditional Tamil areas. In particular, large-scale Sinhalese settlements are taking place in the border areas of Babunia and Mullaitivu districts through the Kivuloya and Malavattu Oya irrigation projects under the Mahavali L scheme of the Mahavali Authority. This is being managed, facilitated by the military and different government departments, including the Housing Authority, Forest Department, Wildlife Department, and the Archaeological Department. Large-scale deforestation is also taking place to enable these settlement projects. The main objective of this colonization is to increase the number of Sinhalese population in the north and east to change the demographics of the region. One clear tactic is to divide the geographically and ethnically connected northern and eastern provinces and erase the homeland doctrine of the Tamil people. Our report, based on research, offers details on how the government-led effort to geographically fragment the north and east is accompanied by a strategy to systematically erase Tamil culture and history. Under the guise of development projects, Sinhalese colonization is growing within Tamil areas with the intent to change demographics. Through irrigation schemes, military settlements, archaeological excavations, wildlife sanctuaries, forest reserves, special economic zones, land grabbing in the north and east has worsened since the regime changed 2 years ago. Government departments, including the Mahavali Authority, Archaeological Department, Forest Department, Wildlife Department, are being used to deploy this strategy. Endless War also provides an update on the extent of land grabbing and the impact of widespread militarization on the population in the north and east. The military occupation remains extreme since we published our 2015 report, The Long Shadow of War, with roughly 1 military member for every 6 civilians. There are at least 7 army camps and 5 naval bases located just within 15 kilometers from the village of Alampil to the village of Kokilai in Mullaitivu. 5 of the 7 Sri Lankan Army's regional headquarters are located in the north and eastern provinces. While the Sri Lankan government has repeatedly stated that LTTE poses no more threat to national security, the massive military presence provides security for Sinhalese settlements, while facilitating the Buddhization process and keeping the population in the north and east under constant repression and intimidation. Running five-star resorts, cafes, construction companies, cultivating the land it occupies, the heavy presence of the army severely impacts the lives and livelihoods of the local population. At the same time, there are a number of high security zones under military control, which prevent the resettlement of Tamil population displaced during the war. In particular, Valikamam North of Jaffna district, which has been allowed for resettlement, continues to have large military camps and bungalows on private land. The life of displacement and living in IDP camps that started 30 years ago still continues for the people of Valikamam North. In the Jaffna district, 23,000 people, despite the end of the war nearly 12 years ago, they're still waiting to be resettled in their native lands. More than 1,300 people are still living in 22 camps. Thousands live in with their relatives or rent houses. Being from India, I'm also very aware of the population that continues to live, the Tamil population, in India waiting to return home. Endless war demonstrates that the government's activities align with the characteristics of an ethnocratic state aimed at maintaining the supremacy of the Sinhalese nation across Sri Lanka. Activities to create this ethnocratic state have gained momentum since Rajapaksa took office in 2019, thereby creating a situation that is detrimental to country's stability, reconciliation, possibility of human rights and peace. Amidst this, Rajapaksa's government moved to deviate from its international obligations of human rights and accountability, and the use of military and government departments to expropriate the lands of Tamil and Muslim populations on the basis of ethnicity and to severely impact the human rights and livelihoods should garner the immediate attention of the United Nations and the international community. High Commissioner Bachelet's report on Sri Lanka stressed the need to not only ensure accountability for past human rights violations, but called on the international community to stop and prevent future conflict and violence. Endless war exposes the reality of the destruction of land, life, and identity of the Tamil people in Sri Lanka, and it has presented undeniable evidence for collective international action to arrest the worsening human rights situation. Land grabbing and associated human rights abuses have led to tension and insecurity among the Tamil and Muslim populations. The international community has a responsibility to take appropriate action to ensure that these conditions do not escalate the conflict. There is an immediate obligation on the part of the UN and international community to innovate a safety mechanism to monitor, protect, and promote human rights of ethnic Tamil and Muslim communities. This includes the appointment of a special rapporteur on land rights for Sri Lanka and establishment of Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights field presence in the country to monitor and record ongoing human rights violations in the North and East. In addition to including Commissioner's call for sanctions against top generals and others accused of war crimes, and referring the situation in Sri Lanka to the ICC, the UN Human Rights Council resolution on Sri Lanka must emphasize on the immediate end of land grabbing and planned settlements, while ensuring immediate demilitarization of the North and East. Failure to do so will be a mockery of international human rights regime yet once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Anuradha. There are questions coming up, but give me a second how to review them for you. It appears there are no questions. Am I right? There's no questions have come up. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Anuradha. Well done. Well done. We really appreciate this for your time. And the next speaker is going to be our friend from North Carolina. His name is Wiley Nickel. He's a friend of ours as well as a state senator representing North Carolina now, future congressman representing North Carolina in the central government. He's the first ever elected representative in the United States to pronounce what happened in Sri Lanka as genocide. We are very happy to have him, and also as a senator for North Carolina. He's a practicing advocate, prosecutor, and a former White House under Obama. He served with the President Obama, and I'm happy to welcome him to this panel.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sivaraj, and thank you so much for your leadership and your tireless work on this issue. Vanakkam, Chair, distinguished guests, Tamil Americans, Tamils around the world, and the Tamil community in Sri Lanka especially. Greetings from North Carolina. First, let me thank the former High Court Judge and Chief Minister and current Member of Parliament in Sri Lanka, Mr. C. Vigneswaran, for the invitation to address this gathering. I am so glad to be with you today and tell you that after 4 years of isolation from the international arena under the Donald Trump administration, the United States of America under President Biden is back where we belong. In all candor, I don't know if Donald Trump could even tell you where Sri Lanka is on a map, but we've got new leadership in Washington, and I'm encouraged by what I've seen so far. As a state senator in North Carolina, I've spoken to many Tamil Americans and understand the tsunami of pain and suffering the Tamil community has suffered for decades in Sri Lanka. The fact that you're holding this conference today, and the fact that you're making your voices heard in Geneva, the fact that students of Jaffna University stood firm for their freedom of expression a few months back is a testament that nothing can stop this quest for justice. I'm encouraged often when I think of Sri Lanka and the Tamil community of the quote from Dr. Martin Luther King: "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. That's a quote I like to think about a lot. My message to everyone assembled here today and the Tamil community in Sri Lanka: you are not forgotten and you are not alone. And public opinion is moving with us as we educate more and more people on this issue. I'm very encouraged by President Barack Obama in his memoir, where he criticized the UN for its failure to, quote unquote, prevent ethnic slaughter in places like Sri Lanka. Today's conference is not just about lives and lives lost. It's also about livelihoods taken away from them. I want to thank the organizers of this conference for shining the light on this important issue. By no means do I consider myself an expert on the subject. It's clear, though, that systematic colonization of Tamil areas has been the strategy adopted by successive governments in Sri Lanka for many decades. What's even more worrying is post-armed conflict confiscation referred to in the Oakland Institute report. I was shocked to learn that in the Mullaitivu district alone, the military has acquired more than 16,000 acres of public and private land. There are at least 7 army camps and 5 naval bases located just 15 kilometers from the village of Alampol to the village of Kokalai in Mullaitivu. Military camps, buildings, and restricted areas are found in various places where no visitor to the north and east can travel freely, despite the absence of war. Friends, from the stories I hear, the information I read, I can tell you one thing with certainty: the absence of war doesn't mean peace. I'm on record calling what happened at the end of the civil war in Sri Lanka a genocide. It is incumbent on all of us that we pay attention to the disaster in the making, which will impact all communities in the island nation of Sri Lanka. I'm here today to listen, learn, and work with like-minded people across all communities in Sri Lanka and around the world to make sure that we have a permanent peace, so that we can save lives and save livelihoods. The facts are there for everyone to see. The important thing is what we do, how we act individually and collectively to stop Sri Lanka from descending into chaos and give each and every citizen of Sri Lanka a fair chance to succeed, regardless of their ethnicity. I recognize the international community, including the United States of America, has an important part to play in that. That's why I will be calling on President Biden to appoint a special envoy to Sri Lanka to give it the attention it deserves and make progress on an independent international accountability mechanism rather than to be stuck in the past. I'm also encouraged by recent actions in Congress, where 9 members of the United States Congress called on Secretary of State Anthony Blinken to make Sri Lanka a priority and to make sure that we have accountability in Sri Lanka and that we avoid the armed conflicts and the genocide that we have seen. The United States cannot and should not act alone. Many of my fellow panelists today are from the United Kingdom, with its historic ties with Sri Lanka, and of course, the special relationship with the United States of America. The UK government has an important role to play in working with President Joe Biden's administration to bring a lasting solution to many decades of ethnic conflict and allow for a permanent peace. I wish this conference success. Nandri Vanakkam.
Thank you, Senator Wiley. Thank you so much. And I have a question from the panel. Interesting question though. Why does the international panel keep looking to India to lead the conversation on self-determination of Tamil homeland? Why not the US to lead it?
You know, I think the United States has a very important role to play. And I think on this and so many other issues, we are a sleeping giant. And if we can educate people on these issues, the more and more we can give people true facts and data, you know, I think you'll see a greater engagement and a greater role in this process from the United States. But we need to lead here, and we need to act now.
Following question also, why not work hard to getting Sri Lanka to the accountability for crime against humanity and genocide by the US government?
You know, I mean, I think we've started a good process with Joe Biden being elected president. I think Anthony Blinken is someone who truly understands the issue and will be a very good advocate on this. You know, and I'm encouraged by what we've seen in the UN with countries like the UK, Canada, Germany, you know, joining with, you know, for a resolution for greater accountability. So, you know, there's a movement underway, and I'm certainly encouraged by it.
One more question. Do you have a word of advice that that helps Tamils around the world and in Sri Lanka prevent the land grabbing?
Yeah, I mean, I think really just to continue with what we're doing here today. This conference is incredibly important for educating people on these issues, and that's really just the trick here. We need to continue to educate people as much as we can on this issue if we're going to make progress.
Thank you, Senator Wiley. We'll move on to, before we move on to next question, next panel, I have a few questions that just came up for Anuradha. Lots of people are thanking you for your work. The question is that, do you only concern about displaced Tamils from the north? And what about Sinhalese and Muslims are forced out from the north?
I work for an independent policy think tank. as we said, our research looked at post-war Sri Lanka. In our report, The Long Shadow of War, we did talk about how the atrocities that were committed, say, against the Muslims who were driven out. So we have specifically looked at post-war situation, which looks at the Sinhalization process, which is taking place in the north and east and is impacting the Tamil and the Tamil Muslims and the Christian communities in the north and east. So it would be unfair to say that we only look at the Tamil issue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's move on to next, Bhavani Fonseca. I invite Bhavani Fonseca as a next panelist, please. She's involved in the Center for Policy Alternative in Sri Lanka. Bhavani Fonseca is a human rights lawyer and a senior researcher at the Center for Policy Alternative in Sri Lanka. She has worked on issues related to the rule of law, human rights, and humanitarian situation in Sri Lanka. She is also the editor of the book Transitional Justice in Sri Lanka. Then another one, Moving Beyond Promises, published in 2017. She's also a member of the Policy Committee, Human Rights Watch. She was an advisor to the consultation task force appointed by the government of Sri Lanka and a member to formulate the National Human Rights Action Plan for Sri Lanka. She was a Manson Fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School and an Eisenhower Fellow. Bhavani has a bachelor degree in law from University of Bristol, UK, a master degree in law from Denver University, USA, and a master degree in public administration from Harvard University, USA. She's a scholar. I am happy to invite you.
Thank you, Dr. Sivaraj, and to the organizers of this event, and to Justice Vigneswaran, who reached out and was very patient when I didn't respond immediately, but and that was because I was in the field. I want to first say, considering some of the internet challenges, if the Wi-Fi, there's a challenge, I might just switch off the camera and speak to you without the camera. But thank you. And to say this is a very timely discussion for many reasons, but because we are actually at a time of unprecedented challenges in terms of land issues in Sri Lanka. And I'm lucky to go after Anuradha, who actually, her report captures much of the ground reality. And so I'm not going to speak to a lot of the issues she has already highlighted. And I think, you know, in a sense, there's a few minutes given to me, and I think you can't capture everything. It cannot be an exhaustive presentation. But a couple of issues I want to raise in terms of present challenges, but also keeping in mind, and I think the previous speakers also alluded to the fact that this is not a new issue. We've seen this for decades, and this was pre-war, during the war, and also post-war, where we've seen land grabs in Sri Lanka, specifically in the north and east, and affecting the Tamil-speaking community in Sri Lanka. What is now new is that it's just the scale of the land grabs that's happening in these areas is just unprecedented. And as some of the speakers already alluded to, there's specific actors involved in this, in terms of the military, in terms of civilian actors such as ministries, departments. That's the archaeology department, the forest department, wildlife, Mahavali. So there's a whole range, and I'll speak to some of these examples. But I think Mr. Sambandhan referred to the Archaeology Task Force, which was established last year. It's a pan-Sinhala task force, very, very concerning as to what their mandate is and what's happening on the ground. And I'll try to speak to some of these issues which we couldn't go into earlier. So, I mean, couple of things in terms of at the outset, recognizing that these kind of trends in terms of land grabs has huge implications. It not just changes demographics, but it has huge implications in terms of electoral prospects. So an area, the North and East, which is predominantly Tamil speaking, with these kind of trends, you're going to see a Sinhalization and changing of demographics, which will bring in Sinhala electoral representatives from these areas, which has huge implications for a political solution, for coexistence, for reconciliation. So I can't reiterate the gravity and the importance of this issue. It also at the ground level and I mean, I regularly go to meet with communities who are affected. On a more tangible impact, it affects people's lands, it affects people's homes, it affects people's livelihoods. So there is a very tangible, very present impact on people's lives, which cannot be forgotten. So you have the political issues, but you also have the day-to-day challenges people face. So these things need to be kept in mind when we speak of these challenges. One of this, so I want to just go into some of these issues on the ground, and keeping in mind, I only have a few minutes. The militarization, the whole issue of using national security in terms of land grabs is well documented. We heard that today, we've heard that over the years, during the war as well as in the post-war setting, how high security zones, for example, has been established and the rationale saying it's national security. The question I think we all need to ask is whose security is being addressed by such huge tracts of land being taken? Is it purely for security, or is there another agenda? What we've seen in Jaffna and other areas is that when one takes over land for such purposes, there's also an economic dimension. We see the military run hotels, golf courses, and a range of economic generation activities. So the question is, if it's for national security, why is there also this economic generation dimension? And keeping in mind that these are people's lands, most of it is private land, and you dispossess displaced communities who are not able to then access their own land and use those lands for their own economic generation. So there's a multitude of questions that can be raised in terms of the national security and the legality of this. Some of these things are in court. Some of us are in court in Sri Lanka, in the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal and High Court, challenging this arbitrary action and questioning the legality. And I think this will continue, this must continue in Sri Lanka in terms of questioning the militarized nature, the use of national security to take over land. But I think what is very disturbing now is not just the national security dimension, which is important, but also how land is now being taken over for other purposes. And this has been there before, but the scale of it, I think, really requires more attention. In that, I would say, look at what's happening through the forest department, through the archaeology department. And these, now the new terminology, I mean, it's not new, but the terminology that's coming up quite a bit is protecting national heritage. And there are now various attempts to protect national heritage. Again, the question is, whose heritage is being protected and at what cost? The Eastern province, for example, has this archaeology task force. Members of the task force have said that they're going to have 2,000 sites protected, Buddhist sites protected in this area. Now, what we see on the ground is that it's being protected in lieu of sidelining ethnic religious minorities in these areas. So there is, for example, in Ampara district, the Muhudumaha Vihare, the Digoapi Vihare. Now, one needs to, I recognize one needs to protect all archaeology sites, all sites that are important for all Sri Lankans. But if it is being done at the destruction of others, there's a huge question that needs to be asked. There are attempts on the ground now to gazette many other sites in the eastern province, in the northern province, and I think this is something we all need to look at. Without verified information, it's difficult to say this is the exact.
There is some technical difficulty. I think she will come back on. Give her a few seconds for the internet to correct itself. Hopefully she'll come back. I think she's coming back. Oh, we are very sorry to lose her. Bhavani, are you there? Can you please come on audio instead of video? Bhavani, are you there? Hello, sorry. I think we lost her. Hope we can bring her back again. But meantime, I have to apologize to the panel as well as to the audience that I'm not very versed with these electronic things. So the questions coming on one chat, and then I have to kind of screen it and then read it, which was kind of little difficult for me, but I think I got sorted out now. I have a question for
I believe
Anuradha. Sorry.
Sivaraj, I'm back online.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
go
sorry,
ahead.
Apologies about this. Internet is just out of my control.
We understand.
But,
yeah, we understand.
but let me just quickly say, I think I just wanted to flag a few other issues. The forest department, and that's where I think I lost the connection. There is now an increased scale of using forest reserves to dispossess minority communities of the land they have been cultivating for decades. And this applies to both Tamil and Muslim communities. We've seen this a lot in the north and east, but particularly we are seeing this in Trincomalee, Ampara, and Batticaloa districts. We're also seeing attempts by the wildlife department. So this protection of forest cover is being used to target communities that have been using lands for decades. They have documents, they have permits, they have deeds. And again, this needs to be questioned. There are some matters in court, but I think this requires a lot more attention in terms of raising the issue, the scale of it. Finally, I want to, and I'm very aware of the time, finally, I want to also flag the Mahavali Authority and the development scheme that is being used, the irrigation development. This was flagged earlier, but what I think there's a lot of attention in terms of the Mahavali L scheme, which applies to the north and part of the east Trincomalee district. But what hasn't received attention is the Mahavali B zone, which comes to Batticaloa Ampara districts. And now we have this issue of cattle grazers who've been displaced of their land that they've been using for, again, decades, with majority community Sinhala farmers being brought from Ampara with the support of politicians. And again, this matter is in the Court of Appeal and the High Court in Batticaloa, and I think we'll have to see what resolutions comes about. But I would just want to flag the issue that national security, national heritage, protecting forest cover, tourism, development, all of these are being used in Sri Lanka to target Tamil-speaking communities in these areas. Now, of course, there was a question earlier saying, what about the Sinhalese? The Sinhalese are also affected. But I think there is a disproportionate attack on the minorities that really requires attention. And despite legal frameworks in place, there is a politicized, arbitrary nature in terms of all of this. And I just want to end by saying, yes, we've had some progress. There's been protests, there's been advocacy, there's been court cases, court victories, but this is The scale of what's happening requires a lot more attention and verified information. And this conference, hopefully, the interest shown so far raises a platform that can continue and sustain this interest. Thank you.
Sivanna, you are in mute.
Thank you, Bhavani. Thank you for your wonderful speech. Once the questions come, I'll ask you, but there is another question I have to ask to Anuradha. Can I please ask you one question, Anuradha? The question is, when you visited Sri Lanka, you had met many victims of the war. What evidence were you able to obtain from them? And if this is something that you cannot answer, please, it's okay with us.
Well, my research-related trip was in December 2014, just before the elections, in a very, as I said, a hawkish military environment. At that time, the country was not allowing any of the United Nations or international monitors to come into the country. Through whatever circumstances, I was able to go to the north and the east, and my work was to really document land grabbing. I will share that it was stunning to find people who had heard about a visit of an international, perhaps from the UN person, coming to document human rights abuses. And I still live with the image and the words of the people, mothers, wives, fathers looking for their loved ones. I will also confess I was not trained or prepared to take the testimonies of the people who came with the reports from the Red Cross that they had surrendered their loved ones at the end of the war, that they had seen them for a few months and then they disappeared. In terms of evidence, I would say what I brought back was words that cannot be unheard. The pain of the fathers and mothers and wives who are waiting for their loved ones to return. So while we talk about land grabbing, I guess I will just say that Sri Lanka, being a small island nation in terms of size, has the second largest number of the disappeared anywhere in the world. And it is a harsh reality. So when we talk about international mechanisms for securing justice, or when we talk about human rights, or we talk about peace and reconciliation, acknowledgement of truth becomes important before there can be any reconciliation. And as I'm here with you, I keep thinking of Subhatra, the title of the report, Not Afraid to Speak, I'm Not Afraid to Speak, were the words of this young woman who is waiting for her husband to return home, who has been intimidated by CID and the police visiting the homes of the women who are waiting for their husbands to return in the evenings. And she said, I'm not afraid to speak. So I feel it is important for each one of us, 700 and more people who are on this session today, to remember and not to forget and to continue the struggle. Thank you.
Thank you. The next panelist is Kadir Kamathambi Gurunathan, is a former Land Commissioner Sri Lanka. He is coming on to us by recorded message. He is a Land Commissioner, as I mentioned, in Eastern Province, Sri Lanka. He is currently attached to the Mediation Board covering the land in Trincomalee and Batticaloa district. Has long been active in preventing land grabbing in the northern and eastern provinces. Those who know him will call him a fighter against land grabbing. He is a very knowledgeable in land-related legal issues. He has worked tirelessly to release many lands in the north and east. We shall put the recording of his speech. Thank you.
State grabs of Tamil land in Sri Lanka, method of grabbing, takeover of lands for Buddhist temples without any legal procedures, planned colonization of Sinhalese with facilities in Tamil's area, sudden declaration of Tamil's land as archaeological land, forest department land, wildlife reservation, etc. Eject of Tamils from their legal owned land, threatening bodily harming by force, aggression by security forces of Tamil's land without any legal access, confiscation of Tamil's land in the name of development, takeover of Tamil partial lands and allow Sinhalese to cultivate them. First, Buddhist temples and land encroachment. Tamils are built for the purpose of creating humanity. Temples are built for the purpose of creating humanity and not for hurting people. Today, there is a normal trend prevailing in this country. The Buddhist temples are built in Tamil Muslim villages, even though there are no Buddhist people living. Thousands of acres of state lands are being encroached without verifying the ownership and contradictory to the legal aspect of these lands, and Buddhist temples are being built, thus hurting the minds of other religious communities. It has become a normal occurrence that Buddhist priests are persistent and adamant in encroaching land and constructing Buddhist temples, which were granted by government of people to people from minority Tamils and Muslims who possess the lands with legal ownership. Their activities lead to the Sinhalese Buddhist ethnocratic state. Law and order have become to a standstill, and lands of Tamils and Muslims are forcibly encroached. It is regrettable to note that high-ranking state officials and security forces who have no legal status of handling land laws are conniving with these illegal encroachment by these priests. The reason adduced by these officials and security forces for this encroachment are that the land are of ancient sacred places. The legal procedures for granting state land for construction of Buddhist temple are that after approval of the ministers concerned, of the report from the Commissioner of Land with his recommendation, and after the publication of Gazette notification under State Land Ordinance Regulation Section 21, Subsection 2, and only if there are no objection to the proposal, the land could be granted for construction of Buddhist temple. In Tringamalai district, Kuchavalli Divisional Secretary area, in Thiriyai, now they have changed the Thiriyai name as a Thirikattu Saya. The Buddhists encroach 3,000 of acres. Within the 3,000 acres, lot of Tamils private land and land development ordinance permit also within the 3,000 acres. They are not gazetted, they are simply get the land with the help of security forces. Another land in Kuchavalli Division Secretary area, Thiriyai. Not Thiriyai, Ilandakulam. They are encroached 320 acres, 18 plots of LDO permits, and belong to the Muslims and Tamils land within the 320 acres. Another plot, Semian Malay, 58 acres, they are encroached. These are the things, they are not with verifying the ownership. And another 7 Buddhist temples are built, Thiriyai and Pulmotei and Salapayaru, another temple in Pulmotei, another one Pulmotei, Yanoya, Thanamaravadi. These 7 temples are gazetted on 2196. That means they gazetted under State Land Ordinance Regulation 21-2 on the date of 2020, October 2nd. Now we are put a case in the High Court of Trincomalee. Honorable MP Mr. Sumandaran filed the case in Trincomalee High Court. Another problem acquisition by security forces of Tamil land without any legal access. In Valigamam North, in 2013, they acquired 6,831.38.9 acres. Within this land, only released 3,503.75 acres, but still not released 3,327.63. In this land, they have built Dala Savana Hotel. Only public purpose, the government can acquire the land for public purpose. But here, Seven Dalana Hotel is a commercial one. The military, they are built Seven Dalana Hotel. This is ultra virus of the Land Acquisition Act number 9 of 1950. There's a precedent. Case law is there. Manuel Fernando versus DM Jayaratna, 2000, within bracket 1, SLR 112, Supreme Court case. Another several cases is there. The Seven Dalina Hotel, the owner is Julian Selvakumar, Kangesanturai. So, our sovereignty in the Constitution, Article 3, our sovereignty is there. In the Republic of Sri Lanka, sovereignty in the people and is inalienable. Sovereignty includes the power of government, fundamental rights, and the franchise. Now, sovereignty as a divine right. Buddhist priests decide the government. Buddhist priests, they are doing their own law. So,
Hello.
Yes.
It looks like technical difficulty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
He's
another.
coming live.
Yes. Vanakkam. Welcome to all. We want public interest litigation because our minority Tamils affected by majority people. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. In particular, Army, Navy, Police, and STF encroach altogether 61 acres. Within this 61 acres, 28.32 is a private land and 33.40 is the state land already given under LDO permit land. These are the things there's a case law, in the hierarchy of law, precedent, that means case law.
Audio disturbances. Audio video disturbances. Give it a few seconds, see whether we can get him back. Meantime, I have a question to Bhavani. If Bhavani is still around, can you please answer this? Can you hear me, Bhavani?
Yes.
Yes. Your question is, you and your organization, CPA, have been doing research on land grabbing in North and East for a long time. To what extent CPA has documented land occupation? Can you mention the importance of this, please? This is a question from the panel. From the audience.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. We have been documenting, and we still continue to document, and that's why I think it's always important to go to those areas, speak to people, look at the documentation, and ensure it's verified. So we continue to do it. And one of the reasons we also not just document, we also do public interest litigation. So we have been in court, we are in court, challenging some of this, and that's based on talking to people, affected communities, looking at new things that develop in these areas. So it's an ongoing thing. CPA is 25 years old this year, but I suspect we will continue to do this work for another 25 years or more. I don't know how long, but as long as there are problems across Sri Lanka, this is going to be something we will do.
Thank you so much, Bhavani. Thank you for all four panelists. And we need to move on due to the time constraint to the next panel. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to modulate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the panelists and Dr. T. Sivaraja for moderating it. Absolutely wonderful. I know there was some technical difficulties. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running slightly behind the schedule. Please bear with us. We still have few panel discussions, including the younger generation. Also, I have been told that all the questions were posted during this conference will be posted, answered and posted as early as possible, including Honorable Sambandhan's speech, I'm told. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is Sherry Blair, CBE. Unfortunately, she cannot be with us due to ill health. We hope that she gets better soon. In the meantime, she has also sent a representative, Adam Smith Anthony. He's also there listening to the international conference. Moving on, may I kindly ask Dr. Ibrahim Sergash, Chairman, Right to Access Information Commission, Sierra Leone, Senior Lecturer, Northumbria University. Could you please take it on?
Yeah. Okay. I bring you greetings from the Right to Access Information Commission in Sierra Leone. Very pleased to be part of this conference to give my own intervention. It's really interesting. I've been following up the discussions, and I think it's very, very interesting. I remember when in the UK, I was involved in some projects where I was able to learn a lot about the Sri Lankan conflict. There was one that I was involved in. In fact, I coordinated that particular activity. It was organized by the Exiled Journalists Network in the UK. I happened then to be a member of that particular network, and I was the project coordinator for the what was the Press Freedom Forum project. And we were able to organize one particular forum on the Sri Lankan situation, the press freedom situation in Sri Lanka during the conflict, the civil conflict. And most of the journalists who were really persecuted, who really suffered a lot as a result of the Sri Lankan conflict, happened to be Tamil journalists. And this was really a big thing, and so that was why we decided to organize that. And we invited a few true Sri Lankan journalists who came and participated in that, and we were able to share perspectives. I also was also opportune to participate in another event as a speaker that was organized by the International Federation a few years ago. In the UK, in London. It was organized by the International Federation of Exiled Journalists, Tamil journalists. And, it was an interesting conference, and I was able to share my perspectives on particularly the research that I've been exposed to a bit about the Sri Lankan conflict, and particularly the crushing of the Tamil rebellion in 2009 by the Rajapaksa regime. And I kind of shared my perspectives on how the war on terror was used as a kind of the war on terror, which was very much trending at the time of that particular so-called humanitarian intervention to crush a rebellion, and so with the idea of achieving peace, and by crushing a rebellion to achieve peace, there was something that was missing. That's what we call just peace, because you cannot achieve peace by the use of force, and then you deny justice to the people, who have been crushed. And if you look at the Tamil diaspora, and you look at the Sri Lankans who have been forced out of their homeland, majority of them, if not all, are Tamil, and among them, of course, journalists. So I think the issue of land grab has been at the center of the issue of land has been at the center, was at the center, in fact, of the conflict. And in the post-conflict situation, we still have a very serious issue, about access to land. And I think it's very important. I just want to start my own intervention actually by really situating this, in the historical context. Because when you say land grab, you're talking about lands, lands have been occupied by various, for various reasons in all countries of the world. And when you look at it within the colonial context, for instance, in Sierra Leone, let me just give an example of Sierra Leone. In 1808, the British came to Sierra Leone and they were trying to, some philanthropists, humanitarianists, who were keen on ending the slave trade. They decided to come to Freetown, to Sierra Leone, and acquire a plot of land to come and resettle, free slaves from the New World. And when they came, so the land that was acquired was bought from from some chiefs, and that particular land is what most of it is what we have now as Freetown. Freetown, that is the western region, the western part of Freetown, and apparently that land was acquired from the indigenes of Freetown then, and mostly people who were here before the free slaves were settled. And quite recently, after independence now, up to now, the post-independence period, in 1961, we had independence in Sierra Leone. And just after, now just very soon we'll be celebrating 60 years of independence. But what we have seen recently is that some of these things that happened during the colonial period, where land, plots of land were bought and given to the free slaves who were brought from the New World. They were brought to Freetown, and the indigenous people who owned the land before the plots of land were sold. So there have been a lot of tensions on the land issue, and this recently kind of created a lot of tension, a lot of problems. And on the state versus the indigenous people who own the land and the Creoles to whom the land were sold. So there have been a lot of tensions on access to land, because land is a source of wealth and a source of livelihoods as well. So when the states come and they take the land and then resell the land to other people, the original owners of the land and the secondary owners of the land, have been they have identified themselves as being, victims of land grab. So, but when you put it in the historical context, you realize that land itself, has kind of changed hands, over the period. So it's a very serious, very contentious issue when you talk about land and land grabs. I think this is something that's happening almost all over the place. But however, when you look at the context of Sri Lanka, you realize that the lands of Tamil people have been expropriated with the idea of actually destroying the lives, an identity of an indigenous community, as the Tamil community. And, and this, for all intents and purposes, according to research, realized that it was done, to maintain the supremacy of the minority Sinhalese community, in Sri Lanka. if you look at the successive Sri Lankan governments, for them, land grabbing activities, kind of have continued. And this has been a very contentious issue. The government has been carrying out these and land grabbing activities through various means since the day of independence, for instance, in 1948. And as a researcher and coming from a human rights perspective, access to land is very key, and access to information as a vehicle to access that particular land is very key as well. So I consider that documenting for instance, some of the previous presentations that have come from Bavani, for instance, and other researchers, Andrea Mitai, you see that there is a lot of research that has been done. And I think documenting information about some of the stories of these victims of land grab in Sri Lanka, particularly the Tamils, I think is very key, because it's this particular data, this particular research data that will inform decisions within the international community, for instance. So, and I think it's very key that those aspects, are considered. There are a lot of issues, that have been discussed, and that have to actually be factored in. For instance, documenting research and information exchange of land grabbing in the North and East is essential to advance human rights-based responses internationally. Because if we don't document, it's very difficult, for experts, people who have expertise, in some of these things, to be able to have access to the information that will inform their advocacy, for instance. How will they advocate if they don't have access to, credible documented information? So that is why it is really important to document. I will encourage the researchers who have been working the policy, the Center for Policy Alternatives, for instance, and other stakeholders who have been working around these issues, to take that into consideration. It is important, because without that, it's very difficult, because access to information, to vital information, is key. Because when you look at, you cannot, access to information should be considered within the context of, not just as an end in itself, but as a vehicle to achieving other rights, justice-related rights, for instance, like access to land. Because you have talked about access to land, you are talking about access to livelihoods, And when you look at the SDG 16, which relates to access to information, SDG 16 itself is very broad. It looks at also inclusive societies. Societies have to be they have to be included, they have to be captured. The moment you exclude one particular group of people from accessing resources, like land, for instance, you are creating a situation of perpetual conflict. We'll say now the conflict in Sri Lanka maybe ended after the crushing of the Tamil rebellion in 2009. But the conflict is still continuing in another dimension, the land grab issue, because that is a conflict. We are talking about structural conflict here, structural violence. When you talk about violence, you're not only talking about political violence, that is the killing and wounding of people, but you're talking about access to livelihoods, economic, social, and cultural rights. Access to rights is a cultural thing, because from history, people have been owners of this land, and to come and just use force and grab the land from them, and then use force also to crush the rebellion that is really trying to fight to continue to have access, and think that maybe that will solve the problem. That is why we still have the land grab issue. And this is a very serious problem. So what I would encourage the stakeholders that are really working on several fronts, even including the senator from North Carolina and others who are really fighting very hard to bring this to the fore, to the attention of international community. I think it's important that it is looked at more from a human rights perspective. See, some people are saying what happened in Sri Lanka is not genocide, but maybe because genocide, sometimes people say, you have to look at the number of people who were persecuted, who were killed. So if the number is not up to a certain number, you say it's not genocide. But if you look at the fact that the Sri Lankan situation has really continued for a very long time, and people have suffered as a result, not just those who have been uprooted out of the country, now part of the wider diaspora, the Sri Lankan diaspora, most of them would like to come back to Sri Lanka and contribute to national development, but they cannot because of fear that they will be persecuted. But also those who are back home, who are suffering from this land grab issue. Because if they cannot have access to land, they cannot have access to their livelihoods, because land is a source of many things, it's a source of wealth. And if you deny people access to their own, to something that they own, then you are creating, then in a way, it's genocidal. Because, so I think from that perspective of long suffering, this is something that has continued for a very long time, and people have endured. And how long? Who knows?
Absolutely. How long? Who knows?
Yeah, how long?
Question. So we're getting feedback.
And who knows? It's possible that the crushing of the rebellion in 2009 will not be the end of the story, because there could be other young generation Tamils who will emerge and say, look, justice was not done. And then there will be a continuation, maybe in another way, in another format, in another form of the civil war that lasted very long. The Sri Lankan civil war lasted, it's one of the longest fought civil wars in history. And looking at what has happened since it was crushed in 2009 to present, the persecution is still continuing. So I think from a human rights perspective and from a right to access information perspective, I think making sure that a lot of what is happening now, a lot of the victimization, the persecution of Tamils under the post-conflict situation, that all these activities are documented.
Yeah.
So that those who will be pushing to the international community will have enough weapon, by way of credible data to present to the international community and say, look, enough is enough. Justice needs to be done, and that the people of Tamil, the diaspora and Tamils and those who are back home, they deserve justice, and this should come to an end.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you so much, Dr.
It's fascinating listening to you relating various different things, and we could go on for another hour or two. But sadly, that we are running slightly behind. We really appreciate you jumping in and giving your perspective. Much appreciated. And please stay on, and we will catch up later on in the panel. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running slightly late, and there are some technical difficulties. Now I'm going to pass it over to Navashayani.
Thank you, Dhananyani. Next up will be a discussion on the perspectives on legal and political challenges and remedies to land grab in Sri Lanka. This panel will be moderated by Saujaya Joseph. Saujaya Joseph holds a Master's of Law in International and European Law from the University of Sheffield. She is a German qualified finance lawyer who has practiced in Germany, Switzerland, and the UK. She has been a Tamil activist for several years, including coordinating advocacy work at the UN Human Rights Council in 2015. She believes strongly in a Tamil homeland and in achieving justice for the Tamil genocide. Over to you, Saujaya.
Thank you very much, Nivashini, and thank you very much, Dr. Shaw, for your remarks to us. Our panel consists of 4 esteemed speakers. I will structure it following that we will first hear each speaker and then we have a Q&A at the end. I also ask kindly all speakers to adhere to 10 minutes of your speech because we are already running late, so that would be very kind. I will move on to our first speaker, which is Mr. Kanagasi Mugaratnam Ratnaville. Mr. Ratnaville is a well-known attorney at law in Sri Lanka and has a wide experience in the fields of criminal law, public law, human rights law, and its court practice. He is an active member in various civil society organizations, Association for Sri Lanka, as well as Lawyers for Democracy. Mr. Ratnaville is also the director of the Center for Human Rights and Development. As an attorney, he has appeared for victims and their families in numerous cases involving extrajudicial killings and massacre committed by security forces and the police. I will name a few notable cases among many others. He has worked on the Afro aircraft explosion case from 1983, Father Singaraya case, the Kumarapura massacre case, the Trincomalee University student killings case, and the Manna mass grave case. Mr. Ratnaville, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joseph, for introducing me. Thanks for inviting me to speak on this occasion. And I should thank the organizers for organizing this event, which is very timely. And it sheds new light and also insight to an already existing problem which has got intensified in recent times under the new dispensation. Now, when we talk of land grabs, it is not a new phenomenon. From the time of independence or even a little before that, it has got started. And the architect of the land grab, I should say, is our first Prime Minister, Mr. D.S. Senaka, who is supposed to be the father of the nation. During his time, making use of the Land Settlement Ordinance, the Land Development Ordinance, several colonization schemes were set up. And these colonization schemes were set up in predominantly Tamil areas, namely Galloya, Padaviya, Manalaru, which is now renamed in Sinhala as Velioya, and several other districts in Trincomalee, Serivilla, displacing a lot of Tamil families and destroying several ancient Tamil villages. And that had the effect of changing the demography entirely, because now we find that in Trincomalee, the demography has changed. All 3 communities have almost equal population, thanks to the colonization which had originated from the days of independence itself. Now, when we come to the present stage, the legal background to this is that most of these land grab instances have been done according to law, I should say. according to the Land Development Ordinance, Land Settlement Ordinance, but forgetting the very important aspect of procedure. Now, under the Land Development Ordinance, when you set up a sort of agricultural, when you give out lands to the agricultural community, the community which forms the majority in that area should be given the preference. But in practice, this is not done. Outsiders from other areas are being brought under the guise of agriculture, and lands have been given, all at state expense. Outsiders are brought and given plots of land. They have been given facilities to cultivate, free fertilizer, bank loans, even housing schemes, which are not at all available to the local people, that is the Tamil communities in those areas. Even the little facilities that they enjoy have been deprived. As an example, in recent times, we could take the pastoral land in down the eastern province in Batiklo presently. That community in Batiklo has been enjoying that facility for a very long period. I should say even for several generations, even in the British times. They are practically a farming community. At times of their harvest, they have to take their cattle for grazing for several months. And they had been allotted several acres, hundreds of acres of land in the eastern province. However, in the pretext of enforcing or implementing the Mahavali Authority schemes, their lands have been grabbed. The farmers have been denied the grazing of their cattle. So many heads of cattle have been killed in the process, but the law has not taken its course. When the farmers make complaints to the police, those complaints are not taken. Instead, those people who had encroached illegally have been given pride of place. They have been given facilities to cultivate. And ultimately what happens is that even the little land that had been left for them to raise their cattle have been lost. And however much they go to the police or other civil administration, their complaints are not being looked into, because all those police stations and other authorities, Mahavali Authority, every institution is manned by the majority community. And their policy seems to be that to help outsiders to encroach into the lands being used or belonging to the minority community. And as a result, what has happened is that the Tamil people, Tamil population has been pushed further down, and all their lands have gone to other people. And the Mahavali Authority law in particular is very far-reaching. It has helped the bureaucracy and the politicians to implement their hidden agenda. Now, when we look at the Mahavali Authority law, it encompasses the activities of several other laws. Now, the schedule of the Mahavali Authority law says that land development law, land settlement law, forest law, agrarian services law, you name it, everything is there. So once the Mahavali Authority law is implemented, they could take over the activities of all these laws independently, even forest laws. When they come in, when it is declared a Mahavali Authority land, even forest land loses its independence, and it could be handled by the Mahavali Authority officials. So even the forest cover in those areas, northern east, is dwindling. And when people complain against it, the Mahavali authority does not care for it. Even the police do not record the complaints even, and no action is taken. So this is the present situation, and aggravating all that is the implementation of the Antiquities Act. That is, when the archaeology department gazettes or declares a certain places as places of archaeology, then there's nothing could be done according to law. When it is declared, the officials have the right according to law to go into that place and look for Buddhist monuments. Now, archaeology means it's a preservation and conservation of whatever cultural heritage that is left in those areas and to preserve as it is. But in Sri Lanka, the archaeology means it's Buddhist archaeology. Whatever that is discovered there, they want to claim that it is the Buddhist monuments. If you see the gazette which had been published in the year 2016, about 30 places of Hindu temples have been gazetted as archaeologically important, and for the archaeology department to excavate the places. In Klinochi area alone, there have been 12 such places which have been identified. And in the northern east, there are several places. We cannot even imagine that they have found those places in remote areas. What will happen is, it is under the guise of excavation, there is likely that they will find some planted Buddhist monument. And in the gazette itself, it says the Dhatu Kopura, that is the Buddhist structure of the vihara, is evident. So they go with preconceived ideas. And as a result, the archaeologically important places to Hindus are converted into Buddhist heritage. And all that the one that I mentioned just now, the Gazette, had been published in the year 2016 during the regime of the good governance. So we are left wondering how our politicians who were so powerful and influential during that era had overlooked this, had ignored this. So with this, I conclude my address. Thank you very much for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ratnawal, for your speech and pointing out the unjust developments in the northern and eastern province and the ongoing colonization. We will now move on to the second speaker, which is Justice Ramasamy Thambi Vignaraja. Justice Vignaraja is a retired High Court judge, an attorney at law, and a notary public. After an impressive academic career at the Sri Lanka Law College, he enrolled as attorney at law in the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka, 1978. He was appointed district judge in 1989 and appointed as commissioner of the High Court, May 2008. Justice Vignaraja was the chairman of the committee nominated by the Supreme Court in the fundamental rights case in 2009, which dealt with the resettlement of the Wali North people. He has been appointed as legal consultant for the Northern Provincial Council in 2010. Since 2020, he is a council member at Jaffna University and president at the Bar Association of Malakam since 2021. Justice Vignaraja, please have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the organizers to invite me for this occasion. I think as my learned friend Ratnavel mentioned, it's a suitable, crucial time this event take place. I would like to emphasize the legal position of the land and property in Sri Lanka. As far as the land and property rights are governed by statutory provisions and customary laws and influenced by the Roman Dutch law principles. I would say existing laws such as Registration of Documents Ordinance number 23 of 1927, the Prevention Ordinance number 2 of 1871, and the Prevention of Fraud Ordinance number 7 of 1840 provide for security over the private land. Moreover, Roman Dutch law remedies such as the reivindicatio action remains available to an owner who has been deprived of possession of his or her property. As far as the private property is concerned, this is a position in law. As far as the state lands are concerned, like my learned friend Ratnavel mentioned, series of laws, land development law, state land recovery of possession, the land settlement ordinance, so forth. And latest is the Registration of Title Act number 21 of 1998. It should be noted that after the struggle in 2009, the state, through the officials, tried to take steps through the Registration of Title Act number 21 of 1998 to solve the problem of not only the state land, even the private land. And at that time, Honorable MP Sumandran filed a Supreme Court fundamental rights case and tried to get a relief regarding the circular number 2011/4. Due to that case, circular implementation of that circular has been stopped. Later, we go through the legal system regarding land deeply. We know in 1987, due to Indo-Sri Lanka Accord, two laws, important laws, that is the 13th Amendment to the Constitution and the Provincial Council bills were framed, and it has been referred to the Supreme Court. Determination. At that time, the Chief Justice Sarvananda decided since it is a matter of importance, this application by His Excellency the President should be heard by all the Supreme Court judges. Now, I would like to bring to the notice of you all the fact and legal position in the judgment delivered by the 7 judges, but fact remains the majority of 4 judges, the Chief Justice and 3 judges, come to the conclusion there is no need for a referendum, and other 3 judges gave independent judgment stating that amendment to the 13th Amendment to the Constitution must go before the people in referendum. But since the majority of the judges gave judgment that there is no need, then those 2 bills were passed in Parliament, and the 13th Amendment is passed, and subsequently the Provincial Council bill has been passed. Now, under the 13th Amendment, the land has come under the Provincial Council, which act has been passed immediately after passing the 13th Amendment. Now, the land in Sri Lanka is under the Provincial Council. The President, for the sake of national security and importance, can deal with the land with the consultation of the Provincial Council. The irony of things is there are 5 chief ministers, not chief ministers from Northern and Eastern Province, filed a case in the Supreme Court, in the Court of Appeal, regarding a bill tabled in Parliament by the Honorable Minister of Land regarding the ownership of the land. So in that case, the court held that it is violating the Constitution, provision of the Constitution. So it should be noted from this fact, as far as law in Sri Lanka is concerned, the land distribution or ownership or transferring the lands according to law, this is the position. But as earlier Mr. Ratnavale mentioned and other speakers said, so many things are happening here. But I would like to bring back 1987. It should be noted that once the accord, Indo-Sri Lanka Accord, signed by our President J.R. Jayawardena and the Prime Minister of India, Rajiv Gandhi, after signing the accord, 2 days after that, the Indian peacekeeping force arrived in Sri Lanka, and we must see that in the very north, in the surrounding of Palau Airport, due to the conflict, the people were chased away, and the entire Valley North was in control of the security forces. But we must remember, once the Indian peacekeeping force arrived in Jaffna, the Sri Lankan forces has been asked by the Sri Lankan government to get back to their barracks. And the people were allowed to go and occupy their land. But one thing I want to stress regarding the 13th Amendment to this Constitution, the position now is even the party involved, that is our neighbor India, even now press Sri Lanka to implement 13th Amendment. I would remind you all, I told that the Supreme Court, determination of the Supreme Court regarding the bill, they were in favor of implementing it because in the judgment it is clearly stated regarding the accord and things. Therefore, now it is a time suitable to implement the 13th Amendment and erase away the defects there and have full division of power, enabling the North and East people to get back to their property and safeguard their property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Vignarajah, especially also for the overview on land rights in Sri Lankan law and the case laws. We will now move on to our third speaker, which is Tavathiru Velenswamigal. Velenswamigal is a respected and educated Hindu spiritual leader. He originally graduated as an engineer from the University of Moratuva, but then he went on studying Advaita Vedanta philosophy in the traditional Chinmaya mission in India. He was then initiated into Brahmacharya and subsequently Sannyasa. Last year, he established the Sivaguru Athinam in Nallua, Jaffna. More recently, he is known as the joint coordinator of the P2P People Uprising movement, which is part of his various contributions to Tamil nationalism. Apart from that, Velenswamigal is a visiting lecturer teaching Vedanta and a board member at the Hindu Studies faculty at Jaffna University. He also sits on the board of the Jaffna District Interreligious Council. He is particularly interested in motivating the youth and providing service to mankind. Velenswamigal, you may have the floor now. Thank you.
Vanakkam. Thank you, Saudya, and thank you very much for the organizers of this international conference. And as we are hearing all the talks by all the speakers, here in this panel, we are having the topic perspectives on legal and political challenges and remedies to land grabs in Sri Lanka. So apart from, I think most of the legal aspects were covered by the previous two speakers, and I would like to touch upon the political challenges and what are the remedies for that. In north and eastern part of Sri Lanka, as the homeland for Tamils, I would like to highlight two main points as far as this land grab is concerned. One is the land grab is done by the state very structurally. State is using their infrastructure, their departments, and all their force to do this land grab in a systematic way. When the joint Northeast is united by geographically by land, then only our self-determination is possible. So now the Sri Lankan state is trying to take away the lands as already mentioned in very much with the details, the border of the northern eastern part of Sri Lanka in Velioya area in Mullaitivu district, in even Trincomalee district. Some lands are systematically taken away, and we have a Hindu temple in Tennavan Marabuadi, name of the village, and we have a Murugan temple there. That's the area where the north and eastern provinces are divided. And if that land is taken by the Sinhalese Buddhist people, putting up their Buddhist monasteries and temples, then the north and eastern province will be divided geographically. And not only that, even in northern province, even if you take in Jaffna, we have a place known as Nawat Kuli, where the Sinhalese people were brought here and they have been allotted lands to settle there, and now they have put up a Buddhist temple there. And gradually they are establishing to take these lands here. And here and there, whenever they take these type of lands and bringing Sinhalese people, whereas our own Tamil people are not having the lands, then gradually the entire nation will become Sinhala Buddhist nation. So our people and the diaspora and the human activists or the organization which are working for this, they should become aware, and we have to have a collaboration to work for the justice, to fight against the land grab. And personally, if we take the Tamils who are living in north and eastern provinces now, we should feel this is our homeland, and we have to take up more and more lands. And the civil societies here, getting the support of our Tamil national political leaders, we have to be united to fight against the land grab issues in the north and eastern provinces. I mean, even in the diaspora who are working for this, they have to bring out these information with full data. Even this conference also is happening accordingly and timely. Bring out these data and what is exactly happening in the north and eastern part of Sri Lanka to the world. And all the human activists and who are working for that, they should become aware of that. It's already happening, and Auckland Institute recently, they have done a wonderful report. And also, this type of land grabs, we should have a strategy to face and to connect the lands with our people. Even though our population is going down, we should have a strategy to hold the entire north and eastern province. And we have to come up with some researchers. How are we going to do that? And secondly, I feel even now, because of the international community and geopolitics, if you take recently in Jaffna, the 3 islands, Analathivu, Delft, Nedundivu, and Nainathivu, were given to China. The Sri Lankan state is giving these lands to put up the companies or infrastructure or other developments to the countries like China. That is also another way of land grabbing only. So systematically, this land grabbing is happening now even in the northern province. So when this type of land grabbing is happening, what can we do? What are the remedies for that? Our people have to stand up against these type of activities. And that's what recently also we had this P2P March, Potthuvil to Polihandi protest or rally in a big way. And now we have only that. So we had to raise our voice, and our people have to express their thoughts, feelings, their oppositions against this. And again, there is also another challenge because of the Sri Lankan state. Whether if you take even the police, even yesterday we had a march in the eastern part of Sri Lanka in Batticaloa district. And the police and even the other structure of the state, they are against this. They are threatening. The intelligence of Sri Lankan state is threatening. And we are, in other words, like we are living in an opened prison. So if we just step out of our premises, we are noticed. And even sometimes we are worried about our security. So the international community or the human activists, they should support us. They should support our people, specifically who are living in northern eastern part, to bring out the truth and to have these type of marches and protests. So the lands are given to the foreign countries for different purposes. We are against that, and we have to come up with some remedies or solutions for that. And if you go further, as already also mentioned, the Sri Lankan constitution has its own hands. And whatever we do, whatever we try to exploit, but the state is having the full control and they do whatever they want to do. So we have to work for a constitutional change. Even I would say we expect even much higher than the 13th Amendment. That's the pulse of the people here, specifically in northern eastern part of Sri Lanka. And you would have seen in the P2P March, I think after 12 years, after the armed conflict was brought to an end in a very brutal manner, and that genocide happened in 2009 in Mullivakal. I think it is the biggest genocide in this century. And after that, now our people have realized and have come to that point. We had to fight, we had to stand up, and we had to raise our voice. And that shows the P2P March. And we would like to appeal the international community, the human activists and diaspora to support us in whichever way you can. And all of us have to be united and work for this cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Valence Manuel, for your presentation and also the emphasis on unity. I think that's very important. We will now move on to the fourth speaker, which is Dr. Kandia Saraswern. Dr. Saraswern is the former Minister for Education, Sport and Culture and Youth Affairs of the Northern Province. He has studied political science at the Presidency College of Madras and earned his MA and PhD in International Relations at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. Dr. Saraswern was a senior lecturer at the University of Colombo. He has shared various dimensions of the ethnic conflict in many national and international fora. He is a known political activist focused on the issues of conflict and conflict resolution. At present, he is the Deputy Secretary of the Ulam People's Revolutionary Liberation Front. Dr. Saraswern, you may now begin your 10-minute presentation. Thank you. Dr. Saraswern, you are on mute.
Oh, hi for all. First of all, I thank you for the organizers to give this opportunity and timely organize the issue. I hope I can manage to the stipulated time frame since it's going late. Land is the cornerstone of the existence of any ethnic group or nation. This is prerequisite to preserve, protect, and promote their identity. One of the major issues of the 8 decades old ethnic conflict is land grabbing in Tamil's homeland by the state for the singular colonization. The aim of the singular polity cut across political parties is to convert the entire island as singular Buddhist state. Therefore, all governments ruled the country implemented continued land grabbing projects under various guise. From 1940s to early 80s, Trincomalee and Ambara district of the Eastern Province and Vaunia and Mullaitivu districts of the Northern Province, successive governments colonized singles of other districts under the guise of agriculture development. The war considerably arrested this move. However, subsequent to the war victory, the state openly claimed the island as singular Buddhist state, and no province is for any particular community. The second half of the statement seems very generous, democratic, and rightful. But in real sense, this statement is to justify the hidden agenda to accelerate the singular colonization in Tamil homeland. It is to be noted that in Sri Lanka has no history of Tamil colonization in any big irrigation or any other economically beneficial schemes. Subsequent to the war victory, all the governments garnered the entire government machineries to grab vast area of Tamil land under various guise, such as Mahavali schemes, protection of forest, protection of wildlife, archaeological sites, and national security. But the fact is, experts of Mahavali project claimed without doubt that the Mahavali water will not reach northern province. And the definition for forest is changed. Accordingly, even the villages left by the people due to displacement also fall under forest. Therefore, forest department occupies even the villages or homes of displaced Tamils. The wildlife department claims even places in townships and settled villages as wildlife area. In the post-war era, the archaeological department is openly functioning as agents of Buddhist hardliners. De facto operators of the archaeological department are Buddhist monks. Because in the north and eastern provinces, Buddhist monks identify places which they want to occupy and to erect Buddhist temples claimed by the department as archaeological sites. Finally, in the name of national security, in the northern province itself, armed forces occupied more than 70,000 acres of land, including private farms and Tamil villages. These land grabbing moves are still on. Tamil people and leaders must spend much time and energy to protest such moves and protect the land. However, most of it went on vain. The whole land grabbing process are politically motivated and with ill will. These land grabbing are implemented largely by illegal means and by force. While considerable section of the Tamils still languishing for resettlement in their own places, government spending huge amounts to colonize singles of other districts in different parts of northern eastern provinces, including in the private land of displaced people. In order to While the fact is that the Sri Lanka is a deep-rooted plural society, the policy of the singular Buddhist hegemonic state is to make Sri Lanka a complete singular Buddhist state. Hence, other ethnic community who asserts their identity and demand for power sharing are viewed as against their goal. Since the Tamils are oldest civilization of the island, they never suffered from identity crisis. But Sinhalese are suffering from identity crisis, therefore they acquire even Tamil heritages of history, culture, religion, religious identities, and other aspects. For example, the historical Hindu holy ritual place such as Kanya hot water wells occupied by the Buddhist monks with the support of the state as it was part of the Sinhala history. But the hot water wells are well connected with the Ramayana, and these details were portrayed on the stone was removed by the Sinhala government agent. Likewise, an organization of hardline Buddhist monks named as Ravana Balaya. In fact, according to Ramayana, Ravana was a strong Saivite and a devotee of God Shiva. There is a long list of examples and evidences. Evidences to understand the identity crisis of Sinhala Buddhists. These false identity construction are constantly challenged by Tamils. Sinhala was disabled to participate. Something wrong. Okay. These false identity construction are constantly challenged by Tamils. Sinhala polities sees this assertion of Tamil identity as serious impediment to their goal of convert the island as complete Sinhala Buddhist state. They are aware their claim as son of the soil is scientifically and factually wrong and mythical. Therefore, in order to meet these challenges and to attain their goal, state implements threefold approaches. Firstly, annihilation. Secondly, migration. And finally, assimilation. Through frequent anti-Tamil carnage with the blessing of the state, annihilated the lives and properties of Tamils as much as possible. Likewise, constant harassment and indiscriminate arrest chased the Tamil youth out of the country. It is estimated that more than 1 million Tamils migrated to countries across the world. After these projects, the rest of the Tamils would be assimilated among Sinhalese is the plan of the state. In order to stop this attitude of the state, the India-Sri Lanka agreement was signed, in which it was recognized that, within quotes, northern eastern provinces are historical inhabitants of Tamils. Quote end. However, this clause is deliberately neglected and the post-war governments accelerated activities to grab lands as explained earlier. The intention of such accelerated land grabbing is to change the demography so that they want to erase out the Tamil claim of homeland. Further, they also rapidly change the topography of the Tamil homeland by erecting Buddhist temples where there are no Buddhists. This topographical change is to change the identity of Tamil homeland through which assimilate Tamils into Sinhala Buddhist identity. Also, this land grabbing process is aimed that reduce the Tamils as minority in their own electorates. This reduction of strength of the Tamils have chain of effects such as reduction of their representation, their wealth and benefits got exploited, and their opportunities for progress are snatched. As noted at the beginning, land is intertwined with all aspects of the existence of the Tamils. The state succeeded in converting primarily the Tamil-dominated Eastern Province as multi-ethnic province. In the Eastern Province, in 1827, Tamil population was 74.5%, but Sinhalese were merely 0.5% at that time. But in 1981, Tamils reduced to 42.13%, while Sinhalese population grown superfast reached 24.92%. Likewise, In Trincomalee district of this province, Tamils were 81.52% in 1827, while Sinhalese were merely 1.5%. But in 1981, this proportion changed. Tamils reduced to 36.41%, while Sinhalese population grown to 33.62%. This brief statistics shows clearly the tenacity of the land grabbing and the colonization by the state and its impact on the demographic change in the Tamil homeland. The state is talking all efforts, garnering all powers to convert the northern province alike eastern province. In the east, it took nearly 50 years for such change, but within 10 years of war, Sri Lankan state created one singular divisional secretariat in Mullaitivu district, also created three big singular villages in Vavuniya district. The former Tamil village called Kokachankulam until 2011 is colonized at present and became fully facilitated singular village named Kalabobas Weaver. Likewise, Namalpura erupted. Namal is the name of son of Prime Minister Rajapaksa. And so on, new villages are erupted. It is around 250 Buddhist temples erected in the northern province after the war. And the state declared that the plan is to build 1,000 Buddhist temples in the north. In all 5 districts in the northern province, there are lands occupied by various departments and armed forces yet to be handed over to the owners. As noted earlier, Tamil leaders and people are shown their protests since independence against all forms of land grabbing. However, state always used its powers, including police and armed forces, to prevent such protests. While Tamil leaders took up this issue and called for support of international community to stop such moves, it was not heard. Constant land grabbing of the state, despite of the democratic protest, youth compelled to take up arms to protect their homeland. India had to intervene to ensure the safety and security of Tamils and their property, including land. However, state failed to share power of land properly, and still it is under debate. After the murder of Rajiv Gandhi, India was soft pedaling in the implementation of the agreement and the 13th Amendment. However, in the recent past, India began to assert the full implementation of the 13th Amendment. Even though the agreement is bilateral, India brought this issue of implementation of 13th Amendment in the present Geneva resolution against Sri Lanka. Thus, Sri Lanka is not merely answerable to India, but also to the member states of the United Nations too. Even though the 13th Amendment get implemented, land power is so meager and rather indirect. As noted above, power sharing will not have real meaning without land and police power. It is adequately and undoubtedly proved that the state will not share land and other important powers. This exclusivist attitude of the state calls for constructive and effective international intervention to protect Tamils and their homeland. I strongly believe that the comprehensive and suitable solution for decades-long ethnic conflict, including land issues, necessitate speedy intervention of international community. If United Nations could provide justice to the people of East Timor and South Sudan, why not Tamils in Sri Lanka? I call the united efforts of Tamils to find strategies to bring meaningful intervention of international community. Since the call for full implementation of 13th Amendment gained place in Geneva resolution, I hope the climate is ripening to take effective efforts for such intervention. Tamil leadership should prepare the maximum to utilize opportunities and to create opportunities through suitable work plans. Further, member states of the United Nations should realize that the delayed justice is denied justice. Therefore, the member states should prove the aims and objectives of the formation of the United Nations by ensuring the protection of Tamils. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saraswat, for the overview on the political dimensions of land grabs. Because we are short on time, I will now quickly move to the Q&A, and I will take 2 questions, which I will pose to each of the panel speakers. And one of the questions we have received is a legal question, and it is what are the safeguards available in Sri Lankan law to deal with land grab by the Sri Lankan state? And I would like to pose these questions first to our legal colleagues. Maybe Mr. Ratnaville, if you would like to start first.
Well, our law, the Sri Lankan law, on paper, it has provisions to confront or to deal with these land grabs. However, in the implementation, it is not so. We take the 13th Amendment. Now, 13th Amendment is it came up as a result of the Indo-Sri Lankan Accord. And the main purpose of it was to was a devolution of powers from the central government to the peripheries. However, still, the central government retains all the powers through its agent, the so-called governor of each province. So what has happened is that although devolution was intended in practical terms, it does not flow to the provinces and the people. Now the central government has all the authority over land, police, and various other important aspects. Once the Eastern Chief Minister mentioned that he does not have power even to appoint a office aide, a peer. And so did Mr. Justice Vigneshwaran when he was Chief Minister. He lamented that he could not do anything independently, although he had been the elected Chief Minister of the province. So what remains to be done is that the real devolution has to be performed. To do that, the central government has to give up most of its powers in the real spirit of devolution. However, the mindset of the central government, the people who man it, the politicians, everybody against that, because they're in the mindset, their mindset is of the sort of, they have the supremacist attitude, especially after the war. But even prior to the end of the war, there was this situation where the central government did not actually intend to give up their powers. So it remains to be seen that the real power should be devolved to the provinces. Then only the people will be free to live their own lives, in their own homes, in their own lands. And the legal remedies also have to be looked into, because as it stands, a person who has some problem with his land, state land or something, will have to go to seek the remedy in the Court of Appeal of the Supreme Court, as the interpretation now stands, which may not be possible for each and every person who is affected, because he has to go from a remote village all the way to the capital city, which is not possible in practical terms. So that is why people are clamoring for international courts, international supervision, international justice. Because justice has been deprived, has been deprived to them. So in this context, I see very little opportunity for legal remedy to those who have been affected.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Justice Vignaraja still online? If not, I would like to move on to if Dr. Sarastran has any comments to this question of legal remedies for land grabs. Are there any safeguards available in the Sri Lankan constitution or law? Dr. Sarastran, do you would like to add something or?
Yeah, I would like to pose a question to Mr. Ratnavale, that when the Justice Vignaraja talks, he talks about the land power is with lies with the provincial council. But kindly explain how far the provincial council is, how it is mentioned in the law book, and how far the provincial council has the power to implement or to utilize that. So because there is a very what you call still government openly all the presidents and prime ministers and all the senior ministers are telling that we will not give you the land power and police power. This always openly saying. But even then, what is there in the law book exactly? What level of power we have, or the provincial council have, and what are the overlapping powers with the center or whatever? Kindly explain to the point.
I thought, Mr. Sarvesan, the question was directed at you. Anyway, since you have asked me, very briefly, you know, according to the 13th Amendment, there are three sets of, you know, the classification. That is provincial council list, the concurrent list, and the reserve list. The reserve list is all, you know, for the in hands of central government, and the provincial council has its own set of authority and concurrent list. But here, the most importantly, the most important aspects are all held by the central government. For example, the land powers, the police powers, and so on. But now, since we are dealing with the land, I would say that even though the central government has its authority over the land, definitely, in my humble opinion, once a devolution has taken place, it has to be interpreted in the way that the provincial council also has a say, because in all development projects, if the central government moves or launches a project, it has to get permission from the provincial council for the release of the land. So that means the provincial council has the dominion over the land. It's not just that the central government cannot just bulldoze its way, because even under the law, the permission of the provincial council has to be obtained. So in this manner, there is, even in the 13th Amendment, it is seen that provincial council has considerable authority over the land. However, the way it is interpreted by politicians, by the courts, the real implementation has not taken place. So the central government, those who man the central government positions, think that they are under the, they think that they have sway of all the state lands, but it is not so. In reality, although the central government dominates the distribution of land and various things, the provincial council also has a role to play, a vital role to play. So it all depends on the interpretation, and the interpretation should not be narrow. It has to be broad enough, wide enough to accommodate real devolution. So the 13th Amendment is meant to devolve powers. So this is
one more clarification. So as you said that if any developmental project that they're supposed to get the permission of the or approval of the province, if the particular province denied such approval for certain reasons, or for if they feel that that is not in the interest of the particular province or whatever, then whether the central government have the overlapping power or the overpower the decision of the province.
Well, the provincial government or the provincial council, for valid reasons, could withhold its approval. So if the central government still wants to have that development project or whatever it is in its favor, it has to get the consent of the provincial council. Otherwise, I think they'll have to go into litigation.
So there was a case in Kandy.
Sorry, Dr. Saraswat, but we need to move on. Otherwise, like this goes on and on. I'm very sorry about that.
Okay.
And also, like, our next keynote speaker doesn't have much time. So I ask for all of your understanding, but I think I will close the session now here for panel 2. And thank you for all your interesting speeches. And we will now move on with the third keynote speaker. Thank you very much. I give now the floor to the conference moderators.
Thank you. Thank you, Sreja. Thank you very much. May I just remind you all that our youth voices on Tamil Nation Ho and the Tamil Territory panel discussion will be live pretty soon after Mr. David Matas. So David Matas is our next keynote speaker. I'd like to welcome him on behalf of the organizers of the international conference. David Matas is an international human rights lawyer and 2010 Nobel Prize nominee. He's a member of the Order of Canada and legal advisor for Tamil Rights Group. He has served the government of Canada in numerous positions, such as being a member of the Canadian delegation to the United Nations Conference on the International Criminal Court, the Task Force for International Cooperation for Holocaust Education, Remembrance and Research, and the Organization on Security and Cooperation in Europe Conference on Anti-Semitism and Intolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. David Matas to the virtual stage.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to give a talk with the title Arbitrary Deprivation in Sri Lanka of Tamil-Owned Land. I'm an international human rights lawyer with a specific focus in my day-to-day law practice on the rights of refugees. Sam Ratna and I have co-founded the NGO ITRAN, the International Tamil Refugee Assistance Network, to address specifically the rights of Tamil refugees from Sri Lanka. Recently, we've been working with the NGO TRG, the Tamil Rights Group, exploring how to realize respect for international human rights generally through the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice for Tamils from and in Sri Lanka. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees indicates 3 durable solutions for refugees: repatriation, resettlement, and local integration. Through ITRAN, we've attempted to realize all 3 for Tamil refugees from Sri Lanka. All 3 present obstacles and have done so for decades for this population, leaving several 100,000 Tamil refugees scattered throughout the globe in a semi-permanent state of limbo. Repatriation does not work for this population any more than the other durable solutions. One reason for the failure of repatriation is what this conference refers to as land grabbing. Properties belonging to Tamils before their flight have been seized from them arbitrarily and without compensation. Even today, many of them cannot get these lands back and cannot get compensation for what was lost. Bereft of both the land they owned and the compensation for its seizure, Tamils either remain internally displaced in Sri Lanka or would on return shift from being externally displaced to being externally displaced. There is already in Sri Lanka a substantial internally displaced Tamil population in the tens of thousands, victims of land expropriation without compensation. For Tamils outside Sri Lanka to come to Sri Lanka to join these ranks is not a durable solution for any of the externally displaced Tamil refugee population. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, in its publication Global Trends 2019, which was published in June 2020, identified over 110,000 refugees and over 16,000 asylum seekers from Sri Lanka and over 25,000 internally displaced. These figures understate the situation. They do not include those who made refugee claims and were refused. The refusal may mean that the asylum seekers do not face risk on return. They nonetheless may face repatriation difficulties by reason of seizure of property back home without compensation. These figures also do not include those refugees who were recognized but who've established permanent residence or citizenship in another country. Many of this population, even though they have found durable solutions elsewhere, would prefer to return to their homeland if they could without victimization. These figures also do not include those refugees in countries which neither make refugee determinations nor allow the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to do so. That description fits India. There are approximately 100,000 refugees in India who are Tamils from Sri Lanka without access either to an Indian or a UNHCR refugee determination. There may be some who would say that the solution to the problem of these Tamil refugees in India should rest on the shoulders of India, not on the shoulders of either Sri Lanka or the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Well, I would certainly welcome an Indian resolution to the plight of the Tamil refugee population in that country, but the reality is no one is doing what needs to be done. No one has been doing what needs to be done for decades, and it is the refugees who suffer. Shifting the responsibility to someone else who's doing nothing is not an answer. Ideally, every country and organization which can do something to help refugees should do so. Helping refugees should be everybody's business. It should surely be the business of the country of nationality of the refugees. The most recent United States country report on human rights practices released in March 2020, and this chapter in Sri Lanka stated, and I quote, "The military seized significant amounts of land during the war to create security buffer zones around military bases and other high-valued targets, known as high security zones. The former government frequently posted acquisition notice for high security zone lands that were inaccessible to property owners, many of whom initiated court cases, including fundamental rights cases before the Supreme Court to challenge these acquisitions. Throughout the year of 2019, lawsuits remained stalled. Although high security zones had no legal framework following the lapse of emergency regulations in 2011, they still existed and remained off limits to civilians. With the amount of remaining land in dispute, many of those affected by the high security zones complained that the pace at which the government demilitarized land was too slow, that the military held lands it viewed as economically valuable for military benefit, and that the military possession of land denied livelihood to the local population. According to the acquisition notices, while most of the land acquired was for use as army camps and bases, among the purposes listed on certain notices were were the establishment of a hotel, a factory, and a farm. A report of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, released late January this year under the title Promotion of Reconciliation, Accountability, and Human Rights in Sri Lanka, states, and I quote, "The return of military occupied land in the northern and eastern provinces has seen progress, with cumulative figures provided by the government showing that over 89% of state lands and over 90% of private lands held in 2009 had been returned by the end of December of 2019. Well, that statement presents the issue from the government of Sri Lanka perspective. An outside independent report released this year after the UN report presents a different perspective. The Oakland Institute, in a report under the title of Endless War, wrote, and I quote, their report exposes that the military continues to occupy vast amounts of land in Jaffna, Kilinochie, Militivo, Vavaniya, and Batakaloa, while civilian resettlement has been allowed in some areas of Alikamam North, these areas remained under extreme militarization, severely impacting the livelihoods of the local population. The military continues to occupy the north and east at an extreme degree, with roughly 1 military member for every 6 civilians. Finally, the report follows up on the thousands of people who've been displaced since the end of the war in 2009 and shows how delayed resettlement continues to undermine livelihoods and recovery. Well, that's a practical statement of the problem. In addition, this situation is a violation of international law. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 17 provides that no one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his property. The declaration is not a treaty. It is nonetheless indicative of customary international law, since all states accept the declaration. Tamil refugees from and in Sri Lanka who've had their land seized without compensation have been arbitrarily deprived of their property. Article 5 of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination guarantees the right of everyone to equality before the law and the enjoyment of the right to own property alone, as well as in association with others, the right to inherit, and the right to housing. Sri Lanka has been a state party to this convention since 1982. The expert committee established under this convention, in its concluding observations of August 2016 on reports of Sri Lanka, wrote, and I quote, "The committee is concerned about the situation of internally displaced persons, a majority of whom belong to the Tamil, Moor, and Muslim ethnic and ethno-religious minority group who continue to remain displaced and face challenging living conditions in camps and delays in reintegration into society. Once reintegrated, those communities also face challenges in access to basic services, employment, and adequate housing. This committee is concerned by reports the land is also still being held by the military in the north and east. The committee recommends that the state parties step up efforts to address the challenges faced by internally displaced persons in terms of reintegration, including in gaining access to employment, housing, and basic services and resolution of land claims, and that it hasten efforts to release land in the north and east to facilitate further resettlement. The committee requests the state party, that's Sri Lanka, to continue with all affected communities with regard to efforts for resettlement in a transparent manner to avoid tensions." Sri Lanka also became a state party to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in 1980. That covenant in Article 11 states the states parties to the present covenant recognize the right of everyone to an adequate standard of living for himself and his family, including adequate housing. The state parties will take appropriate steps to ensure the realization of this right. The expert committee established under this covenant wrote in its concluding observations on Sri Lanka in November 2010, and I quote, "The committee is concerned that thousands of internally displaced persons are still prevented from returning due to the establishment of high security zones on their homelands. The committee is also concerned about conditions of resettlement of internally displaced persons who often lack basic shelter, access to sanitation and water, and livelihood opportunities. The committee urges the state party, which is Sri Lanka, to speed up the closing of high security zones, to restore housing land and or property of which IDPs have been internally displaced persons have been arbitrarily or unlawfully deprived, and to establish adequate mechanisms at local levels to resolve land and property disputes and to provide compensation to landowners for the occupation of their land. The United Nations Human Rights Council, which is currently in session, has before it a resolution on Sri Lanka. Canada, and I'm Canadian, is one of the co-sponsors. The NGOs ICHAN and TRG have jointly proposed to the Government of Canada a wide-ranging set of amendments to the current draft resolution. One of these proposed amendments is to express, and I quote, concern at the continued confiscations of Tamil lands. This confiscation is not only discrimination, it is a primary cause of internal displacement and failure of repatriation of the Tamil refugee population abroad. Promoting respect for the rights of the Tamil population for their right not to be arbitrarily deprived of their property, a right set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you very much. Those are my remarks.
Dear Honorable David Matthias, may I take this opportunity to thank you for being a great counsel for Tamil Refugees Group Canada. We appreciate your amazing work that Tamil refugees in Canada. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you for your wonderful work at Bernabeth, Canada. In Sri Lanka wartime, Leonora's Exodus was translated into Tamil and avidly read by Tamils. The book Exodus gave Tamils minds confidence that we can have our Thai Pongal harvest festival in our homeland next year, as the Jewish people promised each other next year in Jerusalem on Nela service on Yom Kippur, while they were living in exile for millennia. Just a quick question to you, sir. How can Tamils learn from the Jewish experience of Alaya? So the benefit of the meaning of Alaya to the people on this conference is that Alaya means moving to homeland.
Well, in a number of different ways. And what I've been talking about here, of course, is land grabbing, and that's the subject of the conference. And one of the ways it can happen is through really ending the land grabbing. I mean, it's obviously not the only way. But if Tamils who have left know that the land they left behind, they can either reacquire or get equivalent compensation so that they can acquire other land, then it would be a lot easier for them to return. This seizure of land without compensation is a real obstacle to having people return to the territory. I mean, these people are nationals of Sri Lanka, so that formally, legally, they can return. There's no obstacle in terms of nationality. The obstacles are practical, and one of the primary practical obstacles is this problem of land grabbing.
Thank you so much. There's so many questions coming through, but unfortunately, we are running out of time. I'm conscious about the time. Thank you so much. And there are a lot of comments coming up as thank you for collecting all of this information, and much appreciated by all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. I think we are now going to move on to the next panel. Nivashini.
Thank you, Dhananjani. The following panel will discuss under the matter of land ownership, foreign investment, and bilateral investment treaties. This will be moderated by Dr. M. Sonaraja. Professor Muthukumaraswamy Sonaraja is a professor of law at the National University of Singapore. He is a noted pioneer in the field of international investment law, having authored the celebrated textbook on the topic, The International Law of Foreign Investment. He also belongs to the Board of Advisors of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development Projects on Dispute Settlement. Professor Sonaraja, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so very much. Thank you for inviting me to be the moderator of panel 3, which again looks at the international law, particularly the international law on foreign investment. bilateral investment treaties and the extent to which the principles of this law can be utilized in order to prevent land grabs taking place in the north and east of Sri Lanka, the northeast of Sri Lanka. Because we must not expect too much from international law. The aspirations that international law gives rise to are great, but the possibilities of enforcement are very little. We hear of the international lawyers talking about genocide, war crimes, but the methods that international law provides for the enforcement against people who have committed war crimes or genocides are very few and far between. So there is a disjunct between the aspirational norms of international law and the methods of enforcement that are provided in international law. A great stumbling block, of course, is the fact that the state is sovereign, and without the consent of a state, it is difficult to proceed against that state. Despite this, there have been a lot of inroads made into this notion of sovereignty, and much of the inroads have been made by the rise of international human rights law and international criminal law. Also, there is this possibility of enforcement under investment treaties, which has become a relatively new subject and thus create certain possibilities that may be available in order to protect against land grabs. The extent to which this law can be utilized is the subject of the present panel. I will make an introduction of the members of the panel. The first speaker is an old colleague of mine, Professor Nityanandan, who was at university with me in Peradeniya in the old days. And he taught economics at the University of Jaffna later on, becoming a professor of economics of that university. He will speak on economic and political aspects of land grabs in the northeast of Sri Lanka. He'll be followed by Tamil Anandavinayagam, appropriately named. His first name is Tamilwin, and I think all our problems will be solved if we have Tamilwin around in the north and east. He would no doubt ensure that there is a kingdom returning in the north and east of Jaffna. So we do have hopes of him, and the aspirations his name creates, that there would be one day a separate Tamil state, a Tamil kingdom perhaps, in the northeast of Sri Lanka. The third speaker is, interestingly, a young lawyer, Veronika Pavlovskaya, who practices law in Belarus, who is an active human rights lawyer in that country too. So we have a young lady from Belarus taking an interest in us and making a presentation on how the law on foreign investments and bilateral investment treaties operate in the region of the world in which she works. The final speaker is Lorenzo Fiorito, who has studied this area quite recently at Queen Mary College and has written somewhat on that area and is interested in ensuring that he becomes a greater expert so as to make use of this law in order to protect Tamil rights. So the manner in which the panel would proceed would be that there would be these 4 speeches, and fortunately all those 4 speeches are recorded speeches. So the panelists are here, and they will be prepared to answer questions at the end of their 4 presentations on the basis of the recordings that have already been made. So there is no problem of anyone overrunning the time allowed to them. They would all speak for 10 minutes each. I would also speak for not more than 10 minutes, perhaps about 6 minutes at the end, and there would be room for questions. So this is a sort of a plan that fortunately has been worked out for me, lightening the load that I have as the moderator of this panel. So let us begin then with the presentation of Professor Nityanandan, followed by the other 3 speakers.
While thanking the organizers first, my topic today is origins of land grabbing in Sri Lanka. Land grabbing has generally been associated with colonialism, and the main objective of land grabbing is to enhance production in the mother country or the occupying power, and also accumulate raw material for further production. At the same time, the aim is to market the commodities produced. But what we can observe in this land grabbing exercise under colonialism is that it happens between 2 countries. There is an occupying power and there is a power which is being occupied. So it's a state versus state exercise. But when we look at Sri Lanka and consider land grabbing, it has actually occurred within one sovereign state, that is Sri Lanka, and it is not a state-to-state exercise, but an exercise within one single state. This is where we call this internal colonialism. The need for internal colonialism actually occurred with the socio-political structure within Sri Lanka. Although Sri Lanka has been under Western occupation, it was the British who actually brought the entire country under one umbrella. And when they granted independence, it came under territorial representation under one unitary constitution. But since there had been a widespread disparity in the social structure, the majority of the population comprised of Sinhalese who formed almost or even more than 70% of the population, while all the other minorities amounted to less than 30%. So while territorial representation was practiced in this context, it was easier for the dominant ethnic community to actually practice internal colonialism and exploit the various resources. So land being the foremost of resources, one could generally expect there would be land grabbing under internal colonial conditions. But what I'm trying to mention here is that besides this natural tendency for internal colonialism under the territorial governance which was operating in Sri Lanka, the internal, or what we call the internal factors within the Tamil society actually helped towards this land grabbing and internal colonialism. If you look at the internal social structure or socio-economic structure of Sri Lanka, I'm sorry, the Tamils, the Jaffna. The Tamils were under the Jaffna kingdom, and it was in 1619 the Portuguese captured the Jaffna kingdom, and since then they had not really shown any interest in the economic management of the population. They were only interested in exploitation, exploitation for both trade and raw materials, mainly cinnamon, as we all know. So this left the Jaffna population to mind its own business, and they were confined within the peninsular region, whereas the main land area with vast land resources was almost untapped. So this situation became a little different when in 1833 the coal blue reforms were implemented, and the Jaffna man could actually turn his attention towards government sector employment with the promotion of English education. But this too, although enhanced the economic status of the Tamil population, did not have any impact on the land resources. The land resources outside the peninsula remained fallow and unoccupied, giving an incentive for land grabbing by not alone the Sinhalese or for anybody for that matter. So after independence, although several constitutions have been drafted for the governance of Sri Lanka, the ethnic discrimination continued without any it continued without any interruption, and there was the beginning of this land accumulation. The land grabbing initially was carried out in the name of development. The Galoya development comes to one's mind, and when Galoya development was promoted, they, although it created a conducive development for agriculture, land grabbing continued. Then these land grabbing measures had been progressing along with the progress of ethnic politics in Sri Lanka. And this is what we see in the progress of land grabbing in Sri Lanka, which continued with the pace of the ethnic conflict. Whenever the ethnic conflict in Sri Lanka became acute, the land grabbing measures also became rather acute. But when the LTT was dominant, it was altogether absent. But once it was defeated in 2009, land grabbing came with a vengeance, and it continued, or it was adopted, not only calling for development, but in various other ways. As we all know, even today, religion is considered to be one of the areas whereby land is being grabbed by the dominant Sinhalese power.
தமிழ் இறைவன் என்னை படைத்தான் தமிழ் மொழி சமப்பதற்கென்று என்று என்னுடைய தந்தையர் கூறினவர். என்னுடைய தந்தையரின் பெயர் வன்னி ஆனந்தன். I will switch now to the English language, as we will have a predominantly English audience, and English, which is now one of the heritage facets of colonialism, is the world language. So let me switch to that language. My name is Tamilwin Andavanayan. I'm a legal academic in the field of public international law with a specification in international human rights law. And the title of my talk is Tamil Homeland Matters, Designing Resistance International Investment Law. Those who didn't sleep during the first pandemic year, 2020, are fully aware what kind of invocation I make of contemporary events in international politics and international law. Now, I don't want to lose too much time. I have approximately 10 minutes left. And I want to discuss with you now, what is international investment law? First of all, international investment law is an instrument of public international law. It governs foreign direct investment and the resolution of disputes between foreign investors and the sovereign state. Now, what's the overarching question that we have? First, whether it's possible to define expatriate Tamil landowners as foreign investors under bilateral investment treaties, making use of expropriation clauses to contest land grabs before investment tribunals. This is already very rich, very wealthy, and it will take a lot of time, but it is beyond the scope of this presentation, which will only last for 10 minutes, to discuss each and every aspect of this. So let me try to be brief, concise, and precise, and I'm happy to discuss these issues in a broader context at the panel. What is land grabbing? Land grabbing is the experience of loss, suffering, and the struggle that needs to be made visible at the international plane. It deserves radical engagement. Land grabbing is following from the fact that people are deprived of their right to home. And I will come back to this issue of home later on. The point that I want to stress here at the very beginning is amplified by Henrietta Stafford. The perspective from home in the land grabbing debate is particularly important, where not only land is at risk out of capture of economic gain, but so too are the personal life words that homes represent. You have might heard of previous historiography of diaspora communities. We have different communities who have left their homelands. We have victim-based diaspora communities, labor, trade, imperial, cultural diasporas. The Tamils, more or less, are predominantly victim diasporas. They left their homeland due to discrimination, and most prominently after Black July in 1993. Home is not a concept that is very familiar to international law, ladies and gentlemen. It is let alone legally conceived, but we can construct it through the existing human rights framework. Home is central to everyday life, but it becomes even more important in the phases of a post-colonial world where an external colonizer was replaced by an internal colonizer and contests the existence of home to somebody who has lived there for thousands of years. Land, to its very end, as I said to you in the earlier slide, is racialized, it is contested. Surabhi Ranganathan writes, and I'm not quoting the entire text here, she says, we suggested to address this gap not only by focusing upon the competing but structure-related perspectives of international economic law and international human rights, but also, and more fundamentally, by attending to long-standing debates about the effects of international investment treaties, opportunistic invocations of the ideas of common heritage and common concern, and the status of the principle of permanent sovereignty over natural resources, and by situating the debate about land grabbing in legal controversies concerning sovereignty, self-determination, wealth inequality, and facilitated development. Ladies and gentlemen, please stick to the word self-determination. I'm coming back to that. So we are facing the situation where land is militarized and invoked for beautification. And militarization is setting the violent parameters where land is contested, racialized, and people who have the access to their land and should have access to the land are barred from having access to the land. This is an issue that has been discussed quite often before the international mechanisms. The Sri Lankan government has always used the language of human rights as a manipulative tool in their engagement with the international community in order to attract foreign investment and trade. Coming from the scholarship, Third World Approaches to International Law, abbreviated TWILE, we believe that international law is a manipulative tool which reproduces colonial and new colonial hierarchies that are favoring the powerful few and not the many. My point of departure is Article 25 of the ICSID. I'm looking at the time. I have 2 or 3 minutes left, so I will rush you through before I will then conclude. And I'm very happy to discuss the content of this presentation at a later stage during the panel, which will be open to you. Article 25 of the ICSID, ICSID, is, for me, the most important point that builds a bridge back to the opening question, namely, how can foreign diaspora investors claim and use techniques under international investment treaties against the Sri Lankan government. Article 25, pay attention to this. I'm not going to read it out because I don't have the time for that, but this will be somewhat, as we say in German, Dreh- und Angelpunkt, the point of departure for action under international law and in particular international investment law, the very purpose of this panel. Now, let me look at my suggested methodologies of resistance. First, we might think of redeveloping, reconfiguring, reinventing, revamping foreign direct investment law into DDI, diaspora direct investment. This terminology refers to direct investments from companies that are owned and governed by people who are linked to the diaspora. In order to fortify that, we can also think about another legal avenue that will give new power and convincing legal fortification, namely through the idea of the right to home that I had mentioned to you earlier. We can combine the international with the local. We can relocate the local within the notional. We can explore the creation of resistance in international investment law by discussing and accentuating human rights in international investment law, by discussing the right to self-determination that Surabhi Ranganathan had mentioned earlier through the common article 1.1 of the 2 dominating human rights covenants, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, ICESCR, and the ICCCPR, namely the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. But moreover, Article 11 and Article 15 of the very aforementioned ICESCR, and Article 17 and Article 25 of the UDHR, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, could be helping in constructing the right to home, but also building that very groundwork for DDI, diaspora direct investment. This idea is already fortified, amplified, and enhanced and highlighted through the report of the United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights on Land and Human Rights from 2014. And he writes here, involving the rights holders in this process enables them to assume ownership, which contributes to the sustainability of programs, policies, and strategies. This approach leads to better results in development efforts and is useful for building the capacity of prime actors and on land issues, while strengthening social cohesion by securing social and political consensus in the long term. Let me come to the conclusion because I have 1 minute left or so. There is a myth-making and racialization of land behind the smokescreen of the beautification and development are secured through militarization, expropriation, and socioeconomic polarization. Umut Ushu from the University of Carleton in Canada says the following: one cannot understand contemporary land grabbing without understanding capitalism, and one cannot understand the way in which capitalism affects sweeping transformations of both land and labor power without understanding the ways of legally mediated primitive accumulation that drive it. The chair of this panel, whom I very much appreciate, and who has written the foreword to my own book, has written a great book about the resistance that has to be brought forward by the lawyer of the third world. It is about revamping, reconfiguring. It's about revolutionizing international law so that it will lead to the point where international investment law, but international law as such, will deal and serve the issues and the cause of the global south, the cause of the many and not the few. That is my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for listening. Very happy to take your questions once we have finished the presentations, and thank you very much for being so attentive. All the best.
Dear colleagues, my name is Veronika Pavlovskaya, and I'm a senior associate at Artsinger Law Offices in Minsk, Belarus. It's a great pleasure and great honor for me to be a part of this conference and part of this panel. My presentation today will address the issues of land and investment protection in Eastern Europe from legal perspective. Of course, we are the different region from the Tamil land. However, we share the same values, in particular human rights and investment protection, and these values are universal and common. At our law firm, we work a lot with foreign investors, and we know how important it is for them to have not only benefits because of the investors, but also the guarantees for protection of their investment. There are three levels of legal regulation of investment protection. The first level is a level of international treaties. The second level is a level of the bilateral investment treaties. And the third level is a level of the national legislation. I will follow this order in my presentation as well. So starting from the international treaties, I would like to draw your attention to the specific treaty in the region, which is a treaty on the Eurasian Economic Union. It is the union of the states from Eastern Europe, Central and Western Asia, which includes Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Russia. The Eurasian Economic Union is often compared to the European Union. However, there is a difference in the level of integration in the political and economic sphere. The main legal instrument of this union is the Treaty on the Eurasian Economic Union. And we're interested particularly in Chapter 26 of the treaty and Annex 16 to the treaty, which regulate the issues of foreign trade and foreign investments. The provisions of this treaty apply to the investments made from 1991, and it's quite interesting because the treaty itself was signed in 2014. As a general rule, Clause 79 prohibits the direct or indirect expropriation, nationalization, or any other measures tantamount to them. The exclusions from this rule should comply with the following conditions. The first condition is the public purpose. The second is due process in accordance with the legislation of the host state. The third one is the measures should be not discriminatory. And the fourth is the prompt and adequate compensation, which should be provided to the investor. There is no word effective compensation here. So there is a mechanism which says how this calculation shall be done. In particular, this calculation, the compensation, should be equal to the market price of the expropriated investment on the day before the day of their factual expropriation, or on the day when the information about the expropriation has become public. The compensation should be paid within 3 months. Otherwise, the interest on the sum of compensation should be paid as well. The interest rate in this case should not be lower than the LIBOR rate. This approach corresponds to the international standard of the legality of expropriation, to the other international treaties, to the doctrine, and to the case law. Speaking about the practice and case law, there is currently the investment dispute pending under this treaty, and it's a dispute between the Russian investor Manolium Processing against Republic of Belarus. This dispute is being resolved before the PCA right now, and it's based on the termination of the investment contract by the state in the state court. This investment contract provided the investor with a land plot, and that's why the investor is claiming the indirect expropriation because of the termination of this investment contract. We will see what the tribunal decides in this case, but it's interesting if these actions of the state will be considered as expropriation or not. The next level of legal regulation of investment protection is bilateral investment treaties. The bilateral investment treaties in our region can be divided into two groups: the old ones, which were signed in the second half of the 20th century, and the new ones signed in the 21st century. The example of all generations of the investment treaties is in 1976 BAT between Canada and the USSR. And in particular, Article 6 of this BAT provides the same protection from expropriation and sets the same requirements to the exclusions from these rules as the international standard and as the Treaty on Eurasian Economic Union that we have previously discussed. Moreover, this article also includes the adjudication provision, which allows the investor to apply to the judicial body or any other state body in the host state to assess the potential claim and to assess the amount of compensation. However, there is no regulation and no mechanism of calculation of the compensation in this old generation of treaties. It was an interesting case based on one of these old treaties, which is the 1992 treaty between Kazakhstan and the US. The case was resolved before the ICSID, and the parties were AIJ Capital Partners and Tima Real Estate Company versus Republic of Kazakhstan. So basically, the case was based on the construction project. Initially, in this project, the state asked the investor to remove the billboard with the advertisement of their project from the city because this advertising can potentially offend the the citizens having lower income because they could not afford the property in this new construction object. The investor agreed to remove it, and then the state requested, again orally, to stop the construction because the state decided to establish a national park in the land plot provided to the investor. The state suggested the investor to have another land plot in the territory, just to replace the land plot, but the investor refused. The tribunal in this case decided that the public purpose was the case when the state decided to establish the national park in this land plot. So this condition was fulfilled. However, the due process was violated by the state when the state gave some oral requests to the investor to stop construction in the land plot. Moreover, what is interesting, the tribunal noted that the compensation cannot be done in any other different form than provided by the contract. So you cannot replace the obligation with another obligation. The compensation should be monetary. Then, speaking about the new generation of the BATs, so I can give you the examples of 2016 BAT between Russia and Palestine and 2018 BAT between Belarus and Turkey. The latter has not been ratified yet. So these BATs include the mechanism of calculation of compensation. So here they again speak about the equality to market price, about the currency, the convertible currency, about the interest that should be paid on the compensation if it's not timely. So the interest rate in this case also should not be lower than LIBOR rate. Speaking about the BATs and Eastern Europe, it's of course impossible not to mention the 1998 BAT between Russia and Ukraine, because under this BAT, there were and there are more than 10 investment disputes related to Crimea, which have been resolved or which are still being resolved. I'm speaking right now about, for example, Everest Estate and others versus Russia, Ukernafta versus Russia, Stabil versus Russia, Naftogaz versus Russia, and others. So the later one is still pending, actually. There was an interesting debate in one of these cases in Stabil and versus Russia, where the question arose if the investments were made in before 2014 in Ukraine. Can the bilateral investment treaty be applicable to protection of the Ukrainian investors after 2014? And this issue was resolved by the Swiss Federal Tribunal, which confirmed application of the BAT for protection of the Ukrainian investments in Russia. The third level of regulation and protection includes the national legislation. Here I will give you the Belarusian example. Article 12 of the Law on Investments prohibits nationalization and requisition as a type of expropriation, but the word expropriation itself is not used. Nationalization is possible only for public purpose and with timely and full compensation for the property and for the damages, what is interesting. This procedure should be done in accordance with the specific law which should be adopted for this procedure. So basically there are three requirements: public purpose, compensation, and due process. Then speaking about requisition, they add the circumstances in which the requisition can be carried out. In particular, it can be carried out in case of national disaster, pandemic, and other emergency events. So here we have these special circumstances, then special procedure and compensation. But compensation can be made only for the property, not for the damages. In this case, if the special circumstances stop, then the investor is entitled to apply to the state court and to have their property back. The local legislation can be important for the reason because it can be the ground for the expropriation claim, for example, as it happened in Tradex Hellas versus Albania, but I will not go into detail of this case. So in conclusion, I would like to admit that the legal regulation applicable to protection of the investments in Eastern Europe provides for the same standards and the same conditions and requirements to the exclusions from these prohibitions as applied internationally. And the slight differences that can appear, they can be provided only in the national legislation. It should also be noted that the new generation of treaties, both international and bilateral, they have more detailed regulation of expropriation in general, and especially of the procedure of compensation, which is now based on the international practice. I will stop here, and I will be very happy to hear your questions later. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everyone. First, I'd like to thank you for joining this conference and for the interest that has been expressed from around the world. Many thanks to the conference convener, Justice Vigneswaran, Member of Parliament, for calling us together, and also to Professor Sornaraja for kindly agreeing to moderate this panel. Special thanks also to my colleagues who joined me today, as well as to all the participants and organizers behind the scenes who have made this conference a success. We move together towards our goals. My field of law is called Investor-State Dispute Settlement, or ISDS. It's the international law on foreign investment, to quote the title of Professor Sornaraja's groundbreaking book on the subject. This system protects foreign investors from unlawful state seizures of property and from expropriation of other types of capital investments. As Professor Anthony Angie noted in a 2019 speech at the London School of Economics, both investment law and human rights law began with this common origin in the need to restrain the power of states to abuse foreigners. In my opinion, investment law is the more effective of the two systems. There are real-world consequences if a state refuses to respect an investment agreement. The state, for example, would become a less attractive destination for foreign investment. On the other hand, in human rights law, there somehow always seem to be ways to get around the sanctions on state behavior that the international community might impose. ISDS is a very controversial system. Human rights defenders often say that investment law is a way for the corporate interests to ignore the laws of the state that they've invested in and to impoverish the people of that state to their own benefit. There's no doubt that this is a perspective that deserves to be considered. However, if the state is the one violating your rights, and if that state has refused to sign the statute of the International Criminal Court, if it repeatedly refuses to comply with resolutions of the Human Rights Council, and if it invokes its sovereignty at every turn to deprive a people of its land, their livelihoods, and their existence as a group, something that we call genocide, then the people to whom this is being done must innovate on the question of state sovereignty. In order to survive, they must ally themselves with those who have the power to shape that state's behavior from the outside. And that is exactly where ISDS comes in. Sri Lanka has signed about 28 bilateral investment treaties with other countries. These treaties give a standing offer of arbitration to investors from those countries to resolve investment disputes using arbitrators who are not nationals of either country. In 2016, a British national named Charles Raymond Eyre brought in an investment claim against Sri Lanka, stating that Sri Lanka had treated him in a way that was equivalent to expropriating his commercial property. Mr. Eyre stated that his investment in a plot of land on a lake in Sri Lanka, which he had planned to develop into a hotel complex through his investment company named Montrose Developments, had been expropriated by dredging along the shoreline of the lake, by restricting access to the land without notice, and then by failing to pay adequate compensation. That's a familiar story to many. The arbitrators tribunal was composed of people who are familiar to those involved in the investment law field. Professor Julian Liu of my alma mater at the Center for Commercial Law Studies was appointed by the investor. Professor Bridget Stern, who gave the 2019 Freshfields Lecture in Arbitration, was appointed by Sri Lanka. Professor Lucy Reed was the presiding arbitrator. I should make clear that arbitrators are impartial, even when appointed by one side or the other in a dispute. The dispute was brought to ICSID in 2016, the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes. In early 2020, Eyre's claim against Sri Lanka was dismissed because the panel of arbitrators had decided that Mr. Eyre and Montrose Developments had not made an investment in Sri Lanka, as that word is defined in the treaty between the UK and Sri Lanka. It's true that here, Sri Lanka escaped on a technical point. And having read the award, I am certain that the decision was fair and impartial in legal terms. However, there are a few key points I'd like to raise here. First of all, this is not the first time that Sri Lanka has been brought before an investment tribunal. The first such case involved the 1987 shrimp farm massacre, a horrifying incident that is personally well known to many people watching today. The Hong Kong-based owner of the shrimp farm sued Sri Lanka for property damage committed by the government's armed forces. Another case in 2009 was brought by Deutsche Bank when Sri Lanka failed to pay up on a derivatives bet that took that oil prices would rise, and they dropped instead. Both of these cases set key precedents in the field of investment arbitration, and Sri Lanka lost them both. The 2020 award or decision in Eyre and Montrose Developments versus Sri Lanka is the first time that Sri Lanka's land grabs have become the subject matter of an international investment case. The Eyre and Montrose Developments case brings out a general point that I've argued in articles and conferences before. States tend to only give up meaningful parts of their sovereignty in the economic areas of international law. It's my personal belief that a legal system in which a government has voluntarily given up parts of its sovereignty is a legal system that can complement the work of human rights defenders if used correctly and cautiously. By redefining the status of diasporic Tamils from victims to investors, it is possible to secure prompt, adequate, and effective compensation, in the words of the Hall formula, for Sri Lanka's seizure of investments that have been made by foreign nationals who are covered by a bilateral investment treaty with Sri Lanka. What this means is that if you're a Tamil who has citizenship of a country that has signed an investment protection treaty with Sri Lanka, and you've invested in land or business property in the north or east, and then you have lost your investment because of Sri Lanka's land grabs, international law could allow you to sue the government of Sri Lanka directly. It doesn't give you your property back, but it does require Sri Lanka to compensate you. What this means is that if you have a valid claim, the decision is made in your favor, and you are not compensated, then Sri Lanka has sent the signal to the international community that it is a bad place to do business. The claim to land is a fundamental basis of a people's existence. Depriving a people of land alters their conditions of life in a way that threatens their existence as a group, precisely in the definition of the Genocide Convention. Land grabbing is genocide, and fighting land grabs is fighting against genocide. One does not divert attention from the other. They are interlinked in law and in fact. As Sri Lanka is not a signatory to the Rome Statute, which has established the International Criminal Court, the bar for genocide justice at that venue is very high. By contrast, Sri Lanka has ratified the treaty establishing the International Center for Investment Disputes. We've seen advocacy work by a team of Tamil investment bankers and economists contribute to bringing Sri Lanka's sovereign credit ratings to near default levels. We've seen domestic war crimes legislation in the UK shine the spotlight on how Sri Lanka used British mercenaries in its genocidal strategy. It's time to leverage every point of access within the international system to ensure that Sri Lanka cannot continue to abuse and disenfranchise the Tamil people, to ensure that it will respect the Tamil people's legal right to land, property, and investment capital from which their livelihoods have grown. To the lawyers who practice in arbitration, I'd like to say that helping potential Tamil clients to protect lost investments would be no mere exercise in charity. We're an entrepreneurial people with international business networks and a tightly knit community where communication travels fast. We appreciate the value of a meaningful business relationship. To the arbitrators who might one day hear cases involving land expropriations conducted by Sri Lankan state agencies, I encourage you not to be daunted by the complexities of Sri Lankan property law, which includes both Tamil and Muslim customary systems, as well as Sri Lanka's hybrid legal code to demonstrate title to land. Lives and livelihoods may depend upon your diligent work. To the investment community, I'd like to say that your investments are welcome in the North and East. There are people who have been displaced from their land for more than a decade now, who would benefit from the economic opportunities that you would provide. The investment protection system is in place for you, and Tamils have an inherent interest in helping you use it. And finally, to those Tamils who today have been driven from their homeland and wish to return, I'd like to say that one day we will return, and we will take only that land which is rightfully and legally ours.
It's for me to speak now. And since all the four speakers have finished their presentations, my function is to make some final comments relating to their presentations. Our plan was that I would not take more than 10 minutes so as to be conscious of time. The presentation by my friend, Professor Nityanandan, was very interesting from my point of view because of the fact that he used the concept of internal colonialism. The idea being that colonialism in Sri Lanka did not end when the British left us, but that it has continued because of the fact that the British gave sovereignty over the whole island of Sri Lanka to the Sinhalese. And from then on, the Sri Lankans have been colonizing the rest of the communities, particularly the Tamils, who had, by virtue of the territorial link they had with the north and east, a semblance of a state. To that extent, then, what happened after 1948 was in fact a form of colonialism, which has continued in that there has been a dominance of the power of the Sinhalese exercised through land grabs. The way of ensuring that our territories are protected is through the principle of self-determination, which Tamilwin spoke about in his talk. The idea being that the notion of colonialism has continued, and that redress to that situation must be brought about by the principle of self-determination, which has progressively become a fundamental proposition of international law, what we call a jus cogens principle, a principle that is a peremptory norm, inviolable norm of international law. So there must be decolonization in Sri Lanka. There must be freedom brought about to the Tamil people and the grievances of the Tamil people addressed either through a constitutional mechanism, failing that through the articulation of the notion of secession and the formation of a new state. That, of course, would bring about an ideal solution from the point of view of further land grabs. In order to ensure that we keep this right of self-determination alive, it is necessary to preserve our identity in a territorial entity. We must preserve what the Indo-Sri Lanka referred to as the traditional homelands of the Tamils. So we can see that there is a set pattern in the activities of the Sinhala state in seeking to destroy this link that the Tamils have with the territorial entity, the north and the east. This is well brought out by the report of the Oakland Institute, which was spoken about earlier by Anuradha Mittal. Her work has been excellent in preserving the material that indicates that there has been a set pattern of ensuring that the Tamil link between the community and the territory is destroyed purposefully so that there could be no future articulation of a right of self-determination. As regards the idea of Tamilwin and of Lorenzo, that what is happening in Sri Lanka through land grabs is tantamount to genocide. That idea is worth pursuing. I told you that there was earlier on a gap between international law as far as aspirations and reality are concerned. But that gap has to be narrowed. And it is incumbent on younger scholars like Tamilwin and Lorenzo to ensure that there is movement in the closing of this gap that has emerged. So it's in that context that we have to look at the investment treaties and to determine whether the principles in these investment treaties can be utilized in order to protect the lands of the Tamils. Of course, Lorenzo, being a younger scholar than I, has been very forward in this matter in seeking to suggest that international law does provide solutions. I'm a bit hesitant simply because of the fact that as far as land and the overseas Tamils are concerned, the ownership of land would not qualify as foreign investment, which is the basis of the ruling in the case that Lorenzo spoke about, Iowa versus Sri Lanka. In that case, the foreigner had come to Sri Lanka and purchased property in the hope of building a hotel on that property. the building did not eventuate, and before any plans could be pursued, the land was acquired by the government of Sri Lanka. The land was situated in the Colombo district. So what that case has to tell us is that if you sort of don't operate any factory or put the land to use, the acquiring of that land would not amount to a violation of a treaty. In our case, in the case of foreign Tamil owners of property, there is a further difficulty that they have not brought investments into Sri Lanka. It is investments that are brought into Sri Lanka that are protected under investment treaties. So there are technical reasons as to why the investment treaties will not provide relief. Having stated that, that difficulty, let me suggest a way in which this can be overcome. This can be overcome by the simple technique in the future, not at present, in the future, through investments being brought into Sri Lanka and being set up on land that exists in the north and the east. Because there would be difficulties, as some have suggested in the questions they have asked, as to entry into the north and east. There are certain treaties, like the American treaty, the US treaty between Sri Lanka and the United States, which specifically give a right to an American corporation or a foreign investor to enter Sri Lanka. There's an obligation to allow him to enter and set up business in Sri Lanka. Such an investor then could enter whatever place he pleases and set up a business on land without too much of restrictions being placed on him by the government of Sri Lanka. So there are certain treaty provisions which we can exploit in constructing investments so as to ensure that we secure the protection of the bilateral investment treaties. So we must be cautious about statements that these investment treaties are going to protect land in the Northeast. They are not going to protect land in the Northeast unless there have been investments made by foreign companies on that land. Sri Lankan Tamils, members of the diaspora, could qualify as foreign investors if they institute companies which become distinct persons and can thereafter invest in the Northeast. But there are a lot of other avenues for protection that have been brought up. This notion of structural genocide through land acquisition, land grabs, is an interesting one to pursue. The taking of your land is an indication of the destruction of the unity between the Tamil people and their homelands. The destruction then does amount to structural genocide, which could be prosecuted as such. The avenues of that prosecution are indicated in the Bachelet report, which shows a considerable amount of creativity as well. It speaks of the possibility of extraterritorial investment, extraterritorial enforcement. To that extent, it has become possible for the diaspora members to bring claims in respect of their properties which have been seized before their own domestic courts on the basis that such seizure has amounted to cultural or structural genocide. So there are creative ways to be explored. And this panel has sought to explore such creative methods, and let us hope that their work would continue. Now that I have finished my 10 minutes, I need to put some questions that have been raised by the audience to the panelists. So we will start with Tamilwin and asking this question as to what he means by structural genocide. Yes, Tamilwin.
Yeah.
So I just unmuted myself. I didn't want to commit a rookie mistake. First of all, I mean, it's obligatory to thank Lorenzo, Sojaya, and all the other conveners and Justice Vigneswaran for convening and organizing this event. Having organized conferences myself, I know what a pain that is. So it is especially a pain in the age of pandemic. And I must also say at the same time, I feel I have a imposter syndrome when I'm sitting on the same panel with Professor Sonaraja, because I'm a person who has no knowledge whatsoever. So you know, I will try my best to attempt answering the questions here. So again, thanks to everybody involved. You know, my sincere thanks to everybody attending and listening this at this very late stage. Trying to answer this question on structural genocide, if we look at, and there was this one question that I scrolled through in the chat, if we look at the question on how to bring a claim before the ICC or whatsoever, I mean, the Dr. Navneetha Pillai had mentioned earlier, we still have to assess the issue of genocide, and it's up to a court to assess so. And I believe that if we look at the precedent, if we look at the case of Cambodia that was brought, I'm not sure if anyone here of the 451 persons still in the room have followed the news, but there was 4 or 5 years ago the issue of displacement against Cambodians, and there was the discussion if there is a necessity and a possibility to bring a claim under displacement as amounting to crimes against humanity before the ICC. So, I mean, trying to build on that and following up, and I don't want to take too much of the time. I know, you know, sometimes I can go on and on if you trigger me. So I will try to restrict me, but if we build on that, and Professor Sonaraja just mentioned the issue of internal colonization. My argument is that Sri Lanka is just a continuation of British colonialism. The external colonizer was just replaced by an internal colonizer. And we are seeing to this very end, to discuss this in a more coherent fashion, some sort of the use of land in a racialized manner through mythology, which is fortified by capitalist purposes and militarized in prescriptive parameters. Bhavani Fonseca mentioned earlier tourism, heritage, and forestation that is used for these purposes. At the end of the day, it just simply means that the people who are linked to land cannot exercise their cultural identity. And for me, this very notion is structural and has some kind of intent of vanishing the people from the surface of Sri Lanka. So I hope, you know, I try to capture this now in the few minutes I had left. And again, thanks to the fellow panelists, thanks to organizers, and thanks to Professor Sonaraja Parthatamri.
Lawrence, I think, I'm sorry, Veronica, I don't have any questions for you, but thank you so much for coming over and participating in the presentations that were made in this panel. Lorenzo, one final question, because I don't have much more time, but it's again in relation, the same question arises in relation to your presentation as well. You also said that a land grab is genocide, okay? So that's a big statement to make. And of course, if it is genocide, the question is whether investment treaties are the appropriate methods through which you deal with that question. And is there any precedent for saying that such matters could be brought before an investment tribunal?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sonaraja, and also thank you to my fellow panelists for your presentations. Really very, very good. To answer the question directly, I have my doubts that the international criminal law system will function in our favor in terms of finding justice for the genocide that was committed against the Tamil people and which is still going on today. I have hope in the UNHRC resolution that there will be some innovative solutions that come out of this. I look forward to seeing what exactly will be recommended to UN member states in terms of taking action. But as I made clear in my presentation, my doubts particularly center on the ICC. So if you look at the 1987 shrimp farm case, which was Asian agricultural products versus Sri Lanka, this is an alternate route to punish the state responsible for violent acts committed on the basis of ethnicity. The shrimp farm massacre took place as a state-sponsored operation, ostensibly in pursuit of fighters, which then turned into a massacre of civilians. And how this was dealt with through the international investment system was to treat.
So, I mean, as a teacher, I always interrupt, you know, I'm used to that. So I have to ask you, the massacre was not punished. It was destruction of property in respect of which damages were awarded. The people who were killed, perhaps a large number of Tamils were killed during that incident. They had no relief at all. It was destruction of property of the foreign investor. That was.
The way that I respond to this is that such an economic punishment serves as a disincentive to this type of action.
Okay.
So if we treat land grabs as a violation of investment treaties, it is more of a disincentive to go down this route than to make it an issue of criminal law, which Sri Lanka has made very clear that it does not respect.
Okay. I don't think we have many more questions that need to be put to the panel. I thank the panel for participating in this discussion. As structured, the panel indicated that we have to think progressively about the problems of the Tamils in the context of the existing international law, which has to be changed so that we can ensure that relief is provided to alleviate the misery that is caused to the Tamils. So that's a sort of a huge project that we are engaged in. And it is interesting to note that there is thinking being done as to how investment treaties, which were intended really to protect the very rich multinational companies of the world, can perhaps be utilized, as Lorenzo would have it, to protect the miserable people of the world, the larger majority of the world. I thank the panelists and I thank the organizers. And this concludes our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up will be the Youth Voice panel led by Kabalini Ratnasingham. Kabalini Ratnasingham is a microbiological analyst for water, environment, and the food sector. A member of the Tamil Academic Journal Committee and research assistant for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation within Tamil inhabited regions, collaborating with Tamil Institute of Leadership Excellence on a number of projects to educate, raise awareness, and consolidate unity within the Tamil people and community. She is also a co-founder of Pangal podcast and a member of the Young Revolutionary in Solidarity. Over to you, Kabalini.
Vanakkam, and welcome to the panel on youth voices on Tamil nationhood and Tamil territory. Realizing in which ways the erasure of Tamil identity is occurring requires meticulous awareness of the historical happenings as well as present-day issues. State-sponsored settlements of Sinhalese people in the regions where Tamil and Muslim people live, and deforestations of acres of land to redistribute the demographics for the long term, using projects of environmental and archaeological interests have been occurring for decades. In alignment to the dialogues of identifying issues and creating strategies to preserve the Tamil land, intergenerational unity and also solidarity amongst Tamils and allies is crucial to highlight. We present a panel of speakers from across the globe, UK, Europe, America, and Canada, who give their take on the impacts, strategies to implement moving forward for the right of Tamil people in the homeland, as well as educational and active plans. Our first speaker is Dr. Kumudini Kunaratnam. Born and raised in Canada, Dr. Kumudini Kunaratnam completed her undergraduate studies from McMaster University in Health Studies and Biology, and then went into medical school to complete her Doctor of Medicine degree. As an entrepreneur, she is a CEO of My Everyday Shopping. She is also very active in the community and volunteers at time with different Tamil organizations, such as Alegal, the next generation of TGTE, and the Canadian Tamil Civil Society. Both work towards seeking justice for the Tamil genocide and a free traditional homeland for Tamils.
Good day to everyone. The United Nations adopted the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in 1966. Article 1 of both of these international covenants state, all people have the right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. Tamils have experienced discrimination, denial of the rights to self-determination, abrogated agreements, and violations of international human rights and humanitarian laws amounting to genocide by the successive Sri Lankan government. The systematic violation of human rights by the Sri Lankan government over a period of 7 decades are well documented and are clearly no accidental happenings. The Genocidal Coordinated Plan of Actions reached a climax on May 2009, but it is clear that the Sri Lankan government's project to erase the Tamil identity, culture, and history is ongoing, and that the forms of genocide still continue today. The genocidal strategy has changed. The killings are transformed into other forms of conduct, but the intention to destroy the group and its identity remains and continues through causing bodily harm and mental harm to members of the Tamil group. The frustration of the Tamil people is palpable. Faced with continued military occupation of land and the daily overwhelming presence of soldiers across the north and east, including perpetrators who remain unpunished for mass atrocities. The government-sponsored Sinhalese settlements are increasing in the Tamil homeland with the intention of destroying the Tamil civilization. Heavy militarization continues to impact Tamil agriculture sectors in the north and east as land grabs, attacks on Tamil farmers, and military occupation of civilian spaces continue. Tamil agricultural evidence is being destroyed or replaced with Sinhalese artifacts in order to lay historical claims to Tamil lands. Saiva temples are being demolished and replaced with Buddhist temples in non-Sinhalese areas. Such acts of cultural cleansing are happening daily and must be immediately addressed and stopped. Continued insecurity in the face of militarization is an urgent matter. Armed militancy and a political culture of violence that characterized the past have further eroded into the democratic fabric of society. Resettlement and rehabilitation remain unresolved problems. Distribution of land, access to state and social networks, language parity, devolution of power, interethnic reconciliation, and the continued presence of gender, class, and caste stratifications are a part of the political landscape. The government has used its democratic majority to discriminate against the Tamils over the years since independence, gradually depriving them of all their civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights, and ultimately committing acts of genocide. The Tamil people have been clear in expressing their frustration at the lack of progress. Domestic inquiries and internal investigations will serve no purpose as the Sri Lankan state itself has committed these crimes. The Sri Lankan state is manipulating the international community to avoid inquiry of its actions. Only an internationalized mechanism free from Sri Lankan interference will provide Tamils justice. There is existential threat to the Tamil nation of the island and another massacre bound to occur if we continue on this path of lack of accountability and non-existence of any sort of protective mechanism for the Tamil people. What is the alternative now? Left to a nation that has lost its right to its language, rights to its citizenship, rights to its religions, and continues day by day to lose its traditional homeland? It is now in the hands of the international community. The Council must act upon the Human Rights High Commissioner's recommendations and establish a field presence to monitor the human rights situation and refer Sri Lanka to the International Criminal Court. The core group countries need to emphasize on the immediate cessation of land grabbing, planned settlements, and demilitarization of the North and East in the resolution. Also, a protective mechanism needs to be put in place to prevent reoccurrence of future massacres against the Tamil nation of the island, which is currently facing existential threat. If the United Nations and the United Nations Human Rights Council recognize and respect human rights to preserve world order, the right to self-determination of the Tamils must be recognized, and the crime of genocide committed by the Sri Lankan state must be punished without any further delay. The youth of today are a generation with unlimited potential. We must utilize our intelligence and take advantage of our education and experiences to further mobilize our cause. The people of the Tamil homeland have suffered long enough for their human rights. Today, they are people who can no longer be denied their right to self-determination. When they try to destroy us, we must rebuild. When they try to divide us, we must unite. And when they try to silence us, we must speak out. Therefore, I raise my voice here to speak up and speak out so that those without a voice can be heard. I ask that you also raise your voice and help be the voice to the Tamils. Your voice can create a ripple effect of actions. Thank you. Nandri. Vanakkam.
Dr. Kumudini Kunaratnam has given us a brief introduction to the rights of self-determination and also highlighted the discrimination and denial of rights and violations that have been occurring over the past 7 decades, the ongoing genocide, and also the impacts of it as well. Militarization has not been decreased, as well as the perpetrators still go yet unpunished. Rewriting history and heritage via demolition and destruction, ongoing, as well as the devolution of power, language discrimination, alongside redistribution as well. She brings attention to the actors involved in the genocide, as well as a lack of accountability and no mechanisms in protection for the state. So, the loss of traditional homeland and the request to international community is emphasized alongside the ICC's necessary involvement and the implementations of mechanisms to protect. We now move on towards Barbara Vencelas. Miss Barbara Vencelas is the coordinator of the Tamil Youth Organisation UK. She is the organisation focuses on uniting and empowering Tamil youth across the UK and to help promote and understand our unique language, history, culture and identity, so they can be architects also for our nation. A master's student reading neuroscience at King's College London University with a profound interest in activism to ensure a better future for Tamils in the homeland.
Pre-colonization on the island was made up of 3 kingdoms, one being the Tamil Kingdom. The Tamil nation is indigenous to the island. The island has historically been known as Ulam. Tamil people are referred as Ulam on the island. The use of Ulam and its reference has been well documented in history. The genocide of Tamils has been consistent since the independence of the island of Sri Lanka. This includes the genocide in the form of land colonization and single-lease settlements in the traditional Tamil areas to change the demographics of the Tamil homeland. The players of this aggressive effort of singularization is the Sri Lankan state, in the form of the military, housing authority, forest department, wildlife department, and archaeological department. As stated in the Oakland report from 2021, one clear tactic has been to divide the geographically and ethically connected northern and eastern provinces and erase the Tamil homeland doctrine of the Tamil people. Singularization has escalated more recently, forcing the conversion of the Tamil homeland into Buddhist temples, culture, and practice. An aggressive government-led effort is in place to replace all Tamil culture and history with victory monuments as a symbol of single-lease domination. Early January this year, the archaeology department of the Sri Lankan government removed a trident, a religious symbol, in defiance to what the High Court declared in 2018 that no changes should be made in the area. It stated that the archaeological department abused its power in allowing Buddhist monks to survey the area, and this abuse in power continues today. reaffirming the role that the archaeological department plays in the conversation of Tamil history and culture to be heavily unreliable and most likely to be manipulated. Deforestation has been heavily executed for unauthorized single-use settlements, with families being given the incentives of 800 rupees per family per day to prevent them from returning to their native home. Meanwhile, under the guise of schemes and projects, Tamil families fear forced displacement from their native homes. The Mahawali Authority is one of many who have assisted in illegal settlements and authorized unlawful projects. Under the Mahawali project, the Batticaloa district continues to be neglected of the basic need for water. Since 2009, there have been attempts of illegal settlements which have been blocked by human rights activists. However, under the Rajapaksa regime, resettlements under false pretenses of maize cultivations are being executed by the Sri Lankan state with the support of the governor. The presence of India is increasing within the conflict. Instead of recognizing the Tamils' right of self-determination, the diversion of the 13th Amendment is constantly stated. The acceptance of the Tamil language and the people on the island prior to the evolution of the singular language and the people needs to be recognized by India. Therefore, Tamils will gain land rights bound by sovereignty. The two prior colonizers of the island, the Dutch and the Portuguese, recognized their sovereignty. The Dutch even went further to codify the land rights for the Tamils. Under the British colonial rule, this law still existed but was alienated from Tamils. This was known as the Crown Land. The usage of this land is still persistent, known as state land. The current laws and amendments in Sri Lanka will not bring any justice to Tamils. Tamils recognize Sri Lanka as an illegitimate state, as Tamils did not take part in any of the constituents in protest since 1972. Yet, the current state is bringing in a new constituent to strengthen the unitary system with potential for further escalation of structural genocide. There needs to be a fundamental shift in the injustice on behalf of India and Britain for the rights of our land. In conclusion, our Tamil homeland will require our land. The structural genocide implemented by the Sri Lankan state is a form of eradicating the historical importance of our land and erase the Tamil nation. Forms of which we can ensure that we save our land is through the collection of data. Many of us in the diaspora continue our education onto masters and doctorates. A political, environmental, or other geographically based qualifications can open an opportunity into further studies of our homeland. This further builds relationships with students and our people back home to collect data and information for statistical analysis. As research into our homeland increases, we're able to document publications which can be used in reports to the United Nations and other authorities when evidence is required on the ongoing genocide. The youth, the second generation, needs to ensure that the eradication of our homeland does not continue to escalate. Illegal land grabs, manipulation of history and singularization, the structural genocide is ongoing. We must and need to unite, research and voice against this to save our Tamil homeland.
Ms. Barbara Vencelas has highlighted also the genocide and forms it takes as colonization and settlements into Tamil areas, influencing the demographic redistribution of Tamils in the homeland. The emphasis on geographical and ethnic divisions are also mentioned that is used to erase the homeland doctrine of Tamil people. The role of the archaeological department plays in the conversation of Tamil history and culture, and the emphasis on whether it is unreliable and most likely to be manipulated is emphasized here as well. Data collections and using education into fields of interest to increase research and publications with evidence to present is also importantly addressed over here. Now, Mr. Elevan Karikalan is our next panelist, and we have Mr. Elevan Karikalan has worked with Swiss and European Tamil youth to promote national values in Generation Z. As an activist for the Tamil homeland, he works with peers in the diaspora and the ground.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'll get to my presentation right away. So the topic I have chosen to talk about today is forms of land grabbing in Tamil's homeland by the governments of Sri Lanka. So the land grabbings is happening since 1948, since the independence from the British government. So on the top left, I have a picture of the K-Papalawa Tamil families protesting in 2018 to get their lands back from the occupying Sri Lankan army. On the other side, I have a map pinpointed with the incidents being reported and documented on the land grabbing issues since the 1950s. Yeah. So the Sri Lankan governments are using several tactics, strategies, and forms to conduct their land grabbing agenda on Tamil's homeland. So these ministries, departments, and authorities are playing a major role as a forefront of government to seize the Tamil's land, such as the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of National Heritage, Ministry of Mahavali, Ministry of Agriculture, Road Development Authority, Ministry of Irrigation, Ministry of Buddha Sasana, National Housing Development Authority, Forest Department, Archaeological Department, Department of Wildlife Conservation. Even these logos of these ministries and departments reflects only the Buddhist and Sinhala culture. You can see none of these logos resembles the Tamil culture or Ilam Tamil heritage. So under the guise of development schemes, Sri Lankan government also carrying away the land grabbing. Mahavali Authority scheme is the biggest, longest, and ongoing project the Sri Lankan government has initiated. There are so many illegal Sinhala settlements as Kokkola, in Mannar, and in Mullaitivu been happening to protect and give security to these illegal Sinhala settlements. There has been police stations has been built and shops has been built by the Sinhalese, and there are so many reports saying that and Tamil civil servants in government jobs in North and East are being replaced by the Sinhalese. There are so many events happening about the renaming of Tamil villages names into Sinhalese. There's a perfect example for this. The Velioya, Manalaru has been changed into Velioya. The imposition of Sinhala language. This is also happening because the authorities are asking the Tamil shops and owners, businesses to include the Sinhala language on their boards, and they are building so many Buddhist temples on occupied land. They are building Buddhist pilgrims rest houses. They are demolishing demolishing the Saivite and churches in the Tamil regions. A perfect example is Kurundur Tannimuri Pukulam Kurundur Mela incidents earlier this year took place. This Kurundur Hill is an ancient and historical place of Tamils, and this has been there's a ancient INR trident coil. They have demolished the INR trident and they are replaced with a Sri Lankan Sinhala Buddha statue. There are also other incidents happening on demolition and occupation of Tamil historical locations such as Kudimbimele, and there are incidents on daily growing Buddha statues. So everywhere the Sri Lankan military occupying, there's a Buddha statue has been established and the guest house has been built. So here I have put together a census a graph with the census from data 1921 to 1981. I have taken these numbers from the National Census Department of Sri Lanka. So these census are combined of North and Eastern region. So if you take a look at the numbers, you can notice the singular population percentage has been dramatically increased from 2.2 to 13.2. And the Tamils population percentage in North and East has been dramatically decreased from 81% to 68 to 6%. So we are losing the representation power to the parliament. The North and East of Sri Lanka is still one of the highly dense militarized region in the whole world. The so-called high security zones are still being occupied by Sri Lankan army, and these lands are still not released to the people as promised. These hundreds of thousands of acres of public people's land, and these people are still displaced. There are so many military headquarters, bases, camps, sentry points on occupied lands being built. There are so many hotels, resorts, bungalows, guest houses has been built and being run by military personnel, such as Talsavena Hotel, and there are so many other examples in Mullaitivu, in Yalpanam, in Mattakalapa, Thiruvannamalai, and there are so many restaurants are being run by military, and so many shops, canteens, and the military is still interfering in civil affairs on Tamil's homeland, such as in school, hospitals, sports, and agriculture. And according to the Human Rights Watch report released in 2018, there's a ratio of for every 3 civilian, there's one military person standing in north and eastern of Sri Lanka. So this is one of the highest number in the world. These are the red marked area are the high security zones, and these dots are the military central points or camps. And this map shows how the Sri Lankan military has claimed about 20% of the mostly Tamil Jaffna Peninsula for security zones, displacing more than 100,000 people in the process. So according to the United Nations, genocide defines as intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. So all these elements I have the factors I have spoken previously coming under this definition. So what's happening in Sri Lanka is a genocide, and to prevent the genocide, we have to stop the land grabbings, and we have to stop the singularization of in Tamil's homeland. There has been so many uprisings. There has been dozens of massive protests against the Sri Lankan government by these victims by the Sri Lankan army or Sri Lankan government. They are still demanding justice for their rights, fundamental rights, but no justice has been served. But earlier this year, the Sri Lankan government authority has demolished the Mullivaika Memorial Monument in Jaffna University. To condemn this genocidal act, the university Tamil students have conducted the hunger strike and protest against this genocidal act. And as a result of this resistance, the diaspora Tamil community youngsters also reacted, and they stood solidarity, and they have mobilized not only in social network, not only in social media, but also in the middle of the pandemic. They have protested. They have created awareness in the streets of Europe, in North America, in Australia. They have conducted multiple car rallies. So as a result of this resistance and solidarity, media coverage was there. The international media has published an article on this demolition of Mullivaikal Tamil Genocide Memorial, and the Patrick Brown, Canadian Brampton Council Mayor, has responded that even if Sri Lankan government is refusing to rebuild the monument, the Brampton Council will build a genocide memorial for Tamils in Brampton. So this was a victory for the Tamil youngsters, not only back home, but also around the globe as Ulam Tamils diaspora, So thank you for your time. And
that was Mr. Eleven Karikalan. He has given us a highlight about the forms of land grabbing in the Tamil homeland since 1948, as well as highlighting the many ministries and departments that were involved and are involved in the land grabs in Sri Lanka, outlining the development schemes and illegal settlements built for that cause, and replacements of the stable jobs and renaming of the Tamil villages and impositions of the Sinhala language. High security zones are still highly occupied till this date, and emphasis on stopping land grabs and demanding justice for rights through hunger strikes and protests that have been instrumentalized within the youth and the Tamil nation in the homeland, as well as has sparked resistances internationally in solidarity amidst the pandemic too. Now moving forward, we have Ms. Abarami Logeswaran. Abarami Logeswaran was born and brought up in New York City and is currently a third-year medical student in Boston. She has helped organize a team of young Tamil activists in the diaspora with the intention of uniting youngsters from across the globe in preserving and protecting the Tamil diaspora identity and seeking justice for the Tamil people massacred by the Sri Lankan state. She has helped form an organization known as Tamil Diaspora Alliance, and that aims to bring together the next generation of Tamils beyond organizational and geographical divides to come up with and carry out practical solutions in Tamil homeland.
Hello, everyone. I'm humbled and grateful to be invited to share the stage with such esteemed guests and offer some of my insights and thoughts with you here today. I want to send a special thank you to Honorable Justice Mr. C.V. Vigneshwaran for giving me this wonderful platform. The Tamil homeland is an occupied land, and the Tamil nation is a trapped nation, one that is confined and oppressed by the illegitimate state of Sri Lanka. When countries formed in the West, the people got to decide where the national boundaries were drawn. When the superpowers left their colonized lands, they drew in the geographical boundaries to keep nations together in order to maintain regional control. The Tamil nation and the Sinhala nation were artificially joined together, and one was written to be a majority and the other a minority, without the whole consent of the Tamil people. The people actually living on the land had no say as to what country they would belong to. The Sinhalese never respected that we were a separate nation. They never believed that we were entitled to that homeland. They never accepted our ancient roots and our rich history. Many, if not most Tamils on the island or those in the Tamil diaspora even consider ourselves to be Sri Lankan. We should take a step back for just a moment to understand the breadth and depth of the issues that lie in front of us. In the 1950s to 1970s, the struggle always centered around protecting the Tamil identity and language, emotional politics, if you may, because that would be the easiest way to rally political support around. But we didn't notice that our homeland was being broken. Land grabs in the north and east were happening simultaneously as part of the ethnocratic Singla Buddhist state's overall agenda of expanding its hegemony. Dividing and conquering the traditional Tamil homeland an easy task given the existing Singla state structures. This would eventually lead to an attempt at erasure of Tamil existence from the island. In the late 70s, J.R. Jayavardhana said that if the Tamil people are not contained, they will then come into Singla territory and threaten Singla existence. So therefore, we must contain them. This was the motive behind incorporating land grabs in the original Singla state policy. This ethnocratic Singla Buddhist state has since then been using land grabs and Singla settlements as a means to advance this state agenda. As we continue to witness land grabs in the north and east intensify, it is crucial that we do not analyze this issue in a bubble. Land grabs is implicitly linked with the state's political motives. Taking over traditional Tamil homeland, increasing military occupation in the north and east, and decreasing political power, both in the provincial and central governments, must be analyzed in tandem. Understanding this nexus of state actions is critical if we want to predict where we are heading. Land grabs is a tool that Sri Lanka continues to use to advance its state agenda of maintaining our position as a minority. Singalization of the homeland has allowed the Sri Lankan state to strengthen ethnic, political, demographic, territorial control, and deepen the majority hold over once exclusive Tamil homeland territory in the north and east. This will eventually lead to the exclusion of the Tamil people from the state's overall agenda. That is the biggest threat we're facing, and that is where our focus should be. As the homeland is divided with the strip of Sinhalese settlements between the north and east, and as the number of Sinhalese settlements continue to increase daily, and as the boundaries are redrawn and constituencies are changed to favor Singhala politics, our minority status will inevitably be strengthened. How could a Tamil nation, one that existed for thousands of years, now be classified as a minority community? That discussion we'll save for another day, but the illegitimate Sri Lankan state's politics are clear. That is part of their post-war agenda. What should have been part of this so-called post-war agenda is demilitarization, peace building, and recovery. Existing under this illegitimate state where this ethnocratic agenda continues to advance, there will never be a space for political stability or reconciliation. And we will continue to go down this path of political instability and conflict. Oren Yiftashel, in his report, Ethnocratic State in Spaces, asks, what lessons can we learn from Sri Lanka as to what role land use and settlement policies can play in overall inter-ethnic relations and political stability in multi-ethnic societies and zones of conflict? Sri Lanka serves as an emblematic example to show how land policies impact the various phases of conflict, conflict resolution, and peace building. As our lands continue to be captured, and as the number of Sinhalese settlements grow by the day, there will no longer be a place for Tamils to voice their political aspirations domestically. Whether an acre or two, whether one Sinhalese settlement or 1,000, the political space Tamils have domestically will continue to decrease. How will we argue the right to self-determination if we don't even have a land to call our own? On what basis will we be asking for these rights to be restored? Hence, we can only address this issue on the international stage in order to seek solutions. Our first task at hand is to understand what internal powers and what external powers are favorable to us, and what are those that are unfavorable. If we identify those factors, we can see how their agenda fits within ours. We must identify a way to connect the now two seemingly disjointed interests. On one side, we have the Tamil people's political aspirations, and on the other, the superpowers' vested interests. We need to see how our needs and their interests will meet at one point. So the task at hand is to find that point of intersection. This will open the door for future dialogue. The superpowers should see that these land grabs are threatening the fundamental idea of Tamil existence on the island. These powers will only have a hand in Sri Lanka if Tamil people continue to exist in that strategic location. Therefore, as land grabs continue, not only will it threaten Tamil existence in Sri Lanka, but also serve as an opportunity for them to interfere under the concept of identity politics. As these powers realize that they need to protect our rights and our political aspirations in order to advance theirs, we'll be heading in the right direction. Now, the question is, what can we do as Americans? We can take US congressional actions by passing resolutions to influence US foreign policy towards Sri Lanka. Congress can then issue an initial condemnation of these activities. The US budget for foreign aid should also be conditioned. The Secretary of State has to certify to Congress that land grabs are not happening against Tamils. And until then, no financial aid should go to Sri Lanka. The administration at the White House and the State Department can be lobbied to issue a statement and incorporate these issues in policy discussions. In US's Human Rights Report, we can push them to cover this issue in the section on Sri Lanka, which will then become United States' position on this issue. The Sri Lankan state has a program, and we do not have time on our side. We must unite the northern and eastern parts of the island as the joint Tamil homeland once again. We need to buy back the lands that were sold off to other communities and state projects. We must document the land grabs happening daily. The young generation must take forward these issues and coordinate amongst ourselves beyond organizational geographical divides to protect our people in the homeland. We must establish a strong political foundation and understanding so that our vision and our future direction is clear. No matter what fields we go into, having a clear political vision is critical. Then only will we be able to advocate in the best interests of the Tamils in the homeland on the international stage. What did we learn from our history? How will our lived experiences shape the decisions we will make tomorrow? It is crucial that we reread our history so that we can rewrite the so-called destined future. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Abrahami Logesaran has given us an in-depth description of the history of boundaries, post-colonization, and the impacts it's highlighted. The exclusion of Tamil people in the state's decision and the identity crises experienced by Tamils is ongoing. The play of the ethnocratic state's agenda with nationalization is highlighted, and the importance of how land policies impact the various phases of conflict resolution, and peace building. She's mentioned how will we argue the rights to self-determination if we don't have a land to call our own, and also raised awareness of what questions we must all get answers for to seek solutions, and how we can collaborate amongst ourselves and alongside powers with vested interests to direct the dialogue to protect our rights. Highlighting how as an American, Tamil and you can lobby towards having these discussions to lead the action with time constraints. We must establish a strong political foundation and understanding that our vision and future direction is clear. I feel like that has been an emphasis on also the fact that it doesn't matter what field you go into, and it is critical to advocate in the best interest for the Tamils on the international stage. Concluding, we have we can move forward for the summary of the panel. So, lack of legal claims to land and access to legal aid has led to numerous acres of land being taken over by state-supported means for investors and institutions. High ratio militarization is still evident 12 years on too, leading to further intimidation and occupation. Bringing transparency on land deal stakeholders and impacts of the people and land, organizations such as Oakland Institute, Pearl Action are contributing to the access of these materials to raise awareness. Starving economical investments, such as in the agricultural sector within the north and east of Sri Lanka, alongside multiple means of exploitation, can be noted. Institutional involvements with recommendations such as conversion of populated land to service sectors due to the climate change impacts, as well as orchestrated inhibitions, deteriorate and fuel displacement in the north and east lands of the Tamils and Muslims. Crops becoming unviable due to rising temperatures globally can be given recommendations of introduction of heat-resistant crops for adaptive mechanisms to aid the developments. Such actions emphasize again the need for active interest to preserve our land. Documentation of the exploitation of natural resources such as water within supposed schemes have barely benefited local populations, and how resettlements and state-sponsored migrations have led to further tensions within previously traditionally and politically recognized Tamil and Muslim lands. Subtle changes made with renaming Tamil and Muslim villages to Sinhala words and officially using these words in documentation emphasizes the importance of sharing and aiding the preservation and protection of Tamil history and heritage, being in a position where we can. Our speakers have all highlighted the impact such events can cause in the struggle, exercising claims for territorial-based autonomy, as well as the importance of education from history of other nations, and our very own to examine consequences of parallel situations ongoing, as well as resistances that have proven successful. We have some of our speakers live today to further our conversation on what our youths in the UK and US are partaking in solidarity of this movement. Thank you. Thank you everyone for listening up until now, and for everybody who has contributed to the success of this panel. So far, we have Barbara Bensalas, Eleven Karikalin, and Abrahami Logeswaran joining us today to continue this conversation. Starting with, perhaps, why is it important for young people to understand the importance and urgency of the issue of land grabs? What can we do as youth in the Tamil homeland as well as in the diaspora together to tackle these issues? So if we can move first to Abrahami Logeswaran, please, if we can.
Thank you, Kalbini. It's really important that we understand the urgency of the situation, just because throughout the entire morning, or throughout the entire day rather, in this conference, people have been highlighting how this situation will continue to escalate. Land grabs are intensifying. Parallels have been drawn to how these are acts of structural genocide. And with this lack of accountability and total impunity that the Sri Lankan state continues to enjoy, there is no stopping them from continuing the state agenda. And so it is important for us to understand this, because as the youth, as the next generation of the diaspora, as the next generation of this Tamil nation, as these issues continue to intensify, the problem that is going to be put on our heads, or currently in our heads now, will just continue to magnify. Right? So rather than address a bigger problem tomorrow, let us address the issue today. Youth have to be part of this dialogue. The youth have to be part of this policy discussion. The youth have to be part of these action plans, so that we can sort of just change the direction on the current trajectory we're heading. And so it's really important, because a lot of us have never been to the homeland. A lot of us have never, traveled to Sri Lanka. And so we have to base things off of the lived experiences of our parents. But at the same time, it's important to maintain the authenticity of the struggle. So the need for us to work with youth in the homeland is critical and crucial, because they will be the ones living there tomorrow. And so it's very urgent for us to address these issues, understand land grabs in a bubble. You have to understand how land grabs fit within the entire picture. And we explored today how it sort of fits into the Sinhala Buddhist state's overall agenda. And so there's no stopping them, but as the next generation, we have to be understanding of people's hidden agendas, states' hidden agendas, superpowers' hidden agendas, so we can address things head on and be their true representatives of the people.
Thank you for that insight. And if we can also get, so we've got a US perspective from a person who is from the Americas and also Tamil, and we would like to, again, remind ourselves that we have a UK representative as well as a European representative from all the different aspects of the world and where we belong. And, there are so many more. So if Barbara Mensalas can give us a bit of insight upon her perspective of the angle of the question as well.
So I think it's very important that we address it immediately, because it's also one of the forms of genocide that we neglect the most. I feel like when we say there's land grabs, no one's going to think, oh wait, that's a form of genocide. It's one of the most neglected ones. We see the structural genocide. We know about the cultural genocide. We know it's taking place, but we don't know what forms it's taking place in. So as the youth, we need to be able to recognize that this is happening, and we need to realize that it's happening and it's escalating. I think that's the crucial thing, because we don't want to repeat of like May 2009. And also, if this does continue to escalate, we will be the ones who suffer the most from the degradation of our homeland, because we'll end up with a place where we can't call home. We'll end up having to suffer from an identity crisis. So we'll have the most to lose out of this. Also, just wanted to quickly address that throughout this conference was incredible, but there was a reference to us being a minority. I would like to address the fact that we are not a minority. We have our own language, we have our own culture, we have our own history. This reference degrades us from being a nation, and in fact also contributes to the genocide in a way. Just like land grabs, we need to be very careful with the language that we use as well. So I would like to put that out there and clarify that. But it is a sense of urgency as to how quickly we need to act, because if we let this go, we're just going to end up with no homeland, and that's our loss of identity.
When you mentioned, sorry, just wanted to say, when you mentioned the all of this, what is the impact on identity and language, do you reckon, from our youth's perspective going forward with this situation of land grabbing?
Well, our identity, so when we go from generation to generation, we realize, so for example, in my home, we don't really talk about the struggle as much anymore because my parents are heavily affected by it. But we need to be able to have these difficult conversations to be able to understand what they went through, what they lost. So we realize what we've lost and what we haven't been able to see because of their loss. I think that opens up the idea of what we've lost and what we should gain back from our homeland and what our homeland means for us. But yeah, I think it's just the identity and the loss of identity, including language. For example, our parents will talk such pure Tamil. I can say for myself, I can say I'm not confident in the Tamil that my parents speak. So imagine the generation after me, and unfortunately, I have to say, it's my fault as well. So opening up to that, I've realized I need to be able to learn the language to be able to continue this in the struggle.
Thank you. And again, amidst going through this conversation, I just want to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Justice C.V. Vigneswaran for giving us this opportunity for this panel. And also, if you have any questions with regards to, or any perspectives and comments with regards to the youth panel and the members, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an excellent, excellent presentation by the panel. Really loved it. And, you know, many congratulations to all of you. And hopefully, you know, we will get there as early as possible. We are almost close to the end of the conference. Before I pass you over to Lawrence for the vote of thank, may I kindly ask the Justice C.V. Vigneswaran, MP, the former Northern Provincial Council Chief Minister, for his verdict on the first international conference.
Could you hear me?
Could
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Right. I'm thrilled, actually. As an octogenarian, I have seen 3 generations speaking here. I was not sure whether this conference would bring everybody together, whether there would be understanding, or whether it is going to be in watertight compartments, but it is not so. Actually, this conference has been a cooperative effort. There are friends who have helped me tremendously, but they all want to keep their names out. So I cannot mention them, but to thank every one of them for having made this a successful one. Actually, we have spent 1/4 of a day today in this conference. 6 hours have gone. Now we did come to know what is happening inland. How does it fall within the international perception? And then what next? We have gone through 3 aspects of it. But the best was what I heard from the youth. I'm so thrilled that the 3rd generation is quite emotive about every man, and also very, very, very understanding, as well as they know exactly what is taking place. And the chances are, as I said somewhere, if you do not grant us our rights, you can expect 100 years war to go on. So there had been 100 years wars. So seeing the 3rd generation, I'm sure the war will go on. War not with arms and armaments and all that, but with the full understanding of our culture, our heritage, our rights, and our lands. So this conference has brought in elders, middle-aged persons, youth, and everybody together. And we expect a change to come over among the members of the majority community. As I myself said, as somebody said, we are not minorities. That is true. We are majority in the north and east. So let the government now at least come to know that there is full understanding and emotive understanding with regard to what is taking place, and that they cannot continue to be what they are, to do what they want to do. And we would together fight back in order to get our rights together. So what I found in this conference was the studies done by the diaspora is much more than what our own politicians and our leaders have been doing. We have been very isolated, very insular in our attitudes with regard to various things, having forgotten the larger perspective into which the diaspora also falls in. And we have even forgotten the third generation who are quite full of our own heritage and background. So let me thank every one of you from the bottom of my heart, as I said as I started itself, but it has been a very, very useful conference. I hope we could bring together, this has been it has been an attempt to bring together people from several parts of the world, our own diaspora, and our own people within the country. So this is a great occasion. I thank every one of you for having made this a successful one. And I hope we could continue to be in touch with each other for the benefit of our heritage, our language, and our people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Justice C.V. Vigneshwaran. Kavali, I apologize. I've just picked up pretty quickly, so please take over.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to note, there are a couple more questions I had for all the representatives we have here. So I wanted to pose a question to Mr. Ilavan Karigalan. Thank you for joining us today. And I wanted to ask you in particular about how the youth in the Tamil homeland and diaspora can work together in this situation, not only regarding the land grabs, but also with regards to educating ourselves about the human rights concerns and iteration, obviously, to the land grabs in that sense.
Thank you for the question. I think there's a lack of space between the Tamil diaspora youth and the Tamil youngsters back home, because there are security concerns as well, because the PTA is still on act, the prevention of terrorism act. So we have to be careful with our wordings and everything, because we can't risk having our Tamil youngsters back home in jail, So but as a solidarity, we have to stand together. There was a big successful on the Mullivaikkal Memorial demolition event, and we stood solidarity, and we showed the world that there's no difference than Tamil youngsters back home and Tamil diaspora youths around the globe, And as a Tamil youth in diaspora or in Europe, we have to keep educating and creating awareness in Tamil as a Tamil organizations in universities or as Tamil youth organizations available in all regions, So we have to create awareness, as well as like not only about the Tamil genocide, but about the other issues we are facing as well, like singularization, Buddhization, and the land grabbings, and the Sri Lankan government is appointed a presidential task force to look at the Buddhist sites in the north and east regions to grab the Tamil's land. So we have to keep create awareness about this issue as well. And there's several examples I can give, like we can organize a Zoom webinar with the Tamil youngsters back home, like today. So to educate, to discuss about the current situation, current issues they're facing back home, and the current issues we are facing here, how to tackle the issues as a combined Tamil global community, Ulam Tamil community. So yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, so that brings us forward to what current things are going on at the moment. I know that all of you are members of different organizations as well as initiatives. So what are we doing to preserve our history and heritage, as well as what actions are we looking forward towards? I'm going to first have Barbara Vencelas talk about that, and then anybody can take forward from there.
So we're increasing our awareness mostly on, well, right now we're all in a lockdown. So the most optimal way to reaching out to the youth and educating them is social media. So we're optimizing our social media to educate everyone on our history, our language, and our culture as much as possible. We're trying to engage in projects in our diaspora. The youth in our diaspora are also neglected from the knowledge of our struggle, or not aware enough, or it's not spoken about well enough. So we're trying to induce that into the community so they feel more comfortable with speaking about it with other people because they know their stuff. I think that's key, because you're not able to have a conversation with your neighbor about the struggle if you don't know, or if you don't feel confident enough to be able to discuss it. So in order to do that, we need to be able to provide the youth with the right information, with the right resources, and reliable resources as well. So as an organization, we're focusing on the education of the youth to be able to not just our history, our culture, our language as well, because they're all tying together. You can't just pick one and neglect the others. So that's what we're working on currently.
Just to bounce off of that, just to take a step backwards as well from what Barbara has said, is the importance of unity, right? Like, we can't emphasize the importance of unity now more than ever. And so I've seen like the multiple comments coming in for the panel throughout the day, but everyone's asking, what can we do in the future? These kind of conferences are happening to educate, but also importantly, it's a call to action to see what we can do to progress forward, right? And so without unity, not just in the homeland, without unity in the diaspora, it's not going to work, right? And it has to be sort of like a well-oiled machine. Everybody can't do the same thing. Everybody's meant to do different things. But the thing that has to unite the second generation or the young generation is the ideology. If we all agree on the ideology and we all understand the direction we're going in, then everybody can take on different projects and move forward. If you take the land grabs issue, there's importance in documentation. There's importance in academic journal writing. There's importance in education of the international community, not the Tamil diaspora, but beyond, the communities that we live in, the communities that have given us places to call our own. And also really important is this collective identity that the Tamil people are sort of starting to, the collective identity has sort of started to fragment within the homeland. This collective identity that we are a nation, we are a people, that is all part of this agenda of breaking us as a nation, right? So as proud as I am to be an American, I feel equally as proud to be somebody from the Tamil homeland, from Tamilwin. And so this collective identity, we can't risk for that to be tarnished. And so the next generation should understand, as committed as we are to our individual spaces, we should be to the people in the homeland. And so in terms of specific projects, no matter what projects we go into as a next generation, we should all have a firm political understanding. It's not about if we go into politics or not. I'll certainly not be going into any politics soon. But if I don't have any political knowledge, then my direction is not going to be clear. If we have a clear direction and a clear vision amongst everybody in the second generation of the diaspora, then we can unite and we can take this forward. It's not about we have to wait for the next person to do it. Why can't we do it ourselves? And I'm really proud to say that in just a few short months that we came up with this need to unite together, so many young people have been messaging us saying, can we join? Can we join? Can we join? And everyone's on board. We're all united by ideology, and therefore nobody can break us. And so I think moving forward, we have to agree that we have to be united. We have to agree that we have to have a same ideology, and that we can divide and conquer, not in those terms, but divide and conquer different projects so that we can help the people in the homeland and help our future generations. When our children ask us, where are you from? I don't want to know where to point on the map if there's no homeland tomorrow. So that is the gravity of the situation.
Great, thank you for that
So,
insight.
may I interrupt? I have a couple of things to say. There's a big issue going on with the older generation silently. The most older generation people, our parents' generation, they are selling the lands back home. You know, this is helps the singleization in another word, because they are not selling to our people, because the demand single corporations, single corporates are buying these lands for big money. You know, so this is happening silently for over a decade, and we have to shed some light on this issue as well to create awareness. We have to talk to our parents about this, because they are not understanding that they are thinking that they have settled here, so we don't have a problem. But this is not ending here. You know, we have to think about our younger generations. What's going to happen to our other generation? So if we lose our land, there's nothing we can't, as Abhirami said, no land, no identity, you know, so we can't claim for self-determination or referendum to be conducted to free our nation, you know. And I have to mention that when the referendum come, independent referendum, there should be like rules that diaspora community also should be aware, should be included, and the Sinhalese who colonized after 1948 shouldn't be allowed to participate in the election. And we have to think about the sustainable economic growth back home. You know, we have to create awareness to giving chance to the small businesses, our people businesses, rather than the single corporates. You know, if you go to the Tamil shop, all the items you see, it's single corporates. You know, even the Maliban biscuit, I don't want to say no names, but most of the corporates has the genocide blood. So we have to shed some light on that as well. So we have to give our people chance to grow our economy, sustainability, and you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I feel like, just to summarize up from all the conversations we've been having, definitely taking responsibilities that we are from our own educational fields of interest or backgrounds of knowledge and expertise is very important, and knowing to do that all in unity, in unity and solidarity, and making sure communication is emphasized between intergenerational divides that we may be experiencing is so important. And I hope this is the first and not hopefully the last of many situations where we will be included in conversations between different generations to see how we can better, tackle this moving forward. Thank you so much for all of your inputs, and I really appreciate all the work that's gone through with this. I hope that we will move forward, and please get in touch. I really emphasize the fact that yes, we're short on time, but all of these narratives, you can get in touch with every member in the panel, and hopefully we can contribute towards this movement. Yeah, I hope to hear about every individual in this panel's efforts moving forward, and you can keep in touch, and I think all of this will be summarized later in publications. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavalini. I absolutely agree with you. Youth should have many more conferences. You guys taught us so much here within this short space of time. Really applaud you guys for that. Wonderful. We're about to conclude the event. May I ask Lorenzo to give the vote of thanks, please?
Thank you, Kana. Before I close the conference, I would just like to inform those in attendance. We will be showing a documentary on land grabs in Sri Lanka at a future. This documentary screening will take place at a strategy session which follows up to this conference, which we're planning to hold in May. I will now close the conference with a vote of thanks, which will mention each of our contributing guests by name. The Honorable Justice C.V. Vigneshwaran, Conference Convener and Host. The Honorable R. Sampanthan, Special Guest. Dr. Navneetham Pillai, Keynote Speaker. Dr. Ibrahim Sayaga Shah, Keynote Speaker. Mr. David Mata, CM, Keynote Speaker. Dr. Tham Sivaraj, Panel 1 Moderator. Saujaya Joseph, Panel 2 Moderator. Professor Sornaraja, Panel 3 Moderator. Kabalini Ratnasingham, panel 4 moderator. Now to our panelists, Anuradha Mittal, Senator Wiley Nicol, Bhavani Fonseca, K. Gurunathan, K.S. Ratnavel, Justice R.T. Vignaraja, Davati Ruvel and Swamigal, Dr. K. Sarveswaran, Dr. V. Nityanandam, Dr. Tamal Ananda Vinayagan, Veronica Palposkaya, Abrahami Logeswaran, Elavan Karakalan, Barbara Ventulas, Dr. Kumudini Kunaratnam. Special thanks also to our conference MCs, Dana Gnani and Nivashni Ratnasinghe. Special thanks to each member of our tech, social media, and design teams behind the scenes who made all of this happen with an invisible but invaluable labor of love for the Tamil cause. To each of you, this conference sends its vote of thanks. Good night to you all from London. Be safe and well.
Thank you, Lawrence. Now it's time to conclude the remarkable conference. During the 6-hour session of the conference and the keynote speakers, we have explored various issues related to land grabbing taking place in our northern east of Tamil homeland. This conference has generated a wealth of information and data about how our lands are being plundered. How dangerous the identity of the Tamil people in Sri Lanka is, what action we need to take internationally and locally from above and from below to prevent land grabbing. Organizing conference alone is not going to be an use. What is needed is a proactive and responsive approach for the prevention and pursuing justice for past and ongoing land grabbing and related right violations. For this, we must find unity in our differences to fight against the land grabbing and save our homeland and protect North and East. With this in mind, we will continue to organize events in connection with land occupation in various forms in the future. Attempts are being made to produce a documentary on land grabbing. The screening event will take place in May. We hope and pray extensional threat to Tamil ancestral homeland will unify all Tamil-speaking people, politicians, and all parties, activists, and lobbyists to work together in these common endeavors for the survival of our nation. May I take this opportunity to thank you all for attending the first international conference of loss of the Tamil homeland. So much effort have gone behind the scenes. Therefore, I would like to thank all of you who have worked tirelessly hard to make this conference possible. Thank you and good night.